South Jersey's home of the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
I am the voice of the voiceless.
97.3 ESPN, WENJ, WENJ HD, Millville, Atlantic City, a Town Square media station.
Josh Hennig on a Tuesday edition of the Sports Bash. 97.3 ESPN FM, the 97.3 ESPN mobile app. We are live as always on YouTube and Twitter. Glad to have you guys on board the show here. Busy show coming up. Remember, today is 53-man rosters are due. 4 p.m. today. So the Philadelphia Eagles must have their roster in check by 4 p.m. today before they can do any other stuff. They got to make sure there's the initial 53, and then they can make modifications when it comes to things like adding to the practice squad, doing all kinds of funny business with the injured reserve list. But you got to get the initial 53. 4 p.m. today. And, of course, at 4 p.m. today, football at 4. Andrew DeCecco joins the show today. Covered all the Eagles preseason games, knows the roster in and out from InsideTheBirds.com. Will join us at 4 p.m. Also, Rob Motti, Associated Press NFL writer, will recap the rosters and the latest NFL news with us at 5:25. Also, Phillies have now won 4 straight games, and they've scored 7 runs in all these games. How did we get here? Frank Close joins us with the Phillies mailbag coming up at 2:40 p.m. We'll talk some college football and some odds for you to keep an eye on, games to keep an eye on. Jeff Nadeau, the big man on campus, joins us as he does each Tuesday at 3 p.m. And, of course, it's a Tuesday with Thompson. Pete Thompson joins the show coming up at 5 p.m. tonight, as he does each week here on the Bash on 97.3 ESPN. As always, you can join the conversation. Text board is open, 609-403-0973. We're also live on YouTube and Twitter, where you can join the conversation. Just follow at 973 ESPN to watch the show on YouTube and Twitter. And, of course, you can DM the show from the 973 ESPN mobile app. Priority messaging delivered thanks to First Bank of Sea Isle City. So now that we laid the whole groundwork for you for the show coming up here, let's dig into some of the details here. First of all, the Eagles have already started making moves, okay? This morning, the Eagles decided to go ahead and at least make one trade, and that was moving Matt Pryor off this roster. Now, I told you guys yesterday, a team to keep an eye on is the Colts, because the Colts, because of their injuries, they were going to need some players. Well, the Eagles have traded Matt Pryor to the Colts along with a 7th-round pick in exchange for a 6th-round pick in the 2022 NFL Draft. So this is obviously a move that has a lot to do with getting down to the initial 53 roster, right? This move has a lot to do with putting yourself in a position to make the final 53 easier. Doesn't mean there's still tough decisions to be made. Doesn't mean there's still things that have to be figured out. But we at least have an idea now what this team, what it could look like. It's going to be very curious to see exactly how they whittle the rest of this roster down. But they got to do it by 4 p.m. today. There's a lot of decisions that have to be made. Number one, do not forget the tight end situation. We spent half the offseason talking about Zach Ertz's future, right? Half the offseason was just all this stuff about Zach Ertz. And now we're sitting here 2 hours, less than 2 hours now, before the deadline. And it looks like, as of right now, Zach Ertz is going to be on this team. That's an interesting thing to keep in mind, because how many tight ends do you keep? Which tight ends do you keep? What do you do with Tyree Jackson? Now, Do you sit there and waive him and hope that he passes through waivers and nobody claims him, even though he is injured? Something to keep in mind. Do you try to keep him on the roster and then move him over to the injured reserve, cut somebody else, and hope nobody picks them up? Interesting conversation. Also, if aside from Ertz and Goddard, you have Richard Rodgers, Tyree Jackson is injured. Jack Stoll had a very good preseason and camps in the month of August. What do you do with him? So that's the layout of the tight end situation. The tight end position is one situation. Okay? Another situation to keep an eye on is wide receiver. We basically have an idea of who makes the wide receiver position. Jalen Reagor, Quez Watkins, Devonta Smith, Greg Ward. We know those four. After those four, we're really not sure. Fulgham and J-Jaw both have major negatives you could hold against them. Major negatives. Now, John Hightower looks more and more like he's not making the team. Partly because he just can't contribute on special teams in the way that Fulgham and J-Jaw have exhibited. And we know how the Eagles value special teams. So with that in mind, looking at the Eagles wide receivers, you're looking at a situation where you either got to keep one of those two receivers or you trade one of them for somebody else's receiver they're getting rid of. Now, we mentioned Rashad Perriman yesterday. Jeff Mosher, Eagles insider for InsideTheBirds.com, Inside the Birds podcast, he believes that Perriman's not an option for the Eagles because he should have made the Lions roster. If he couldn't make the Lions, then he can't make the Eagles kind of thing. So you have that scenario to keep an eye on. What are the free agents that are being cut? And so far, I got to admit, I haven't seen anybody cut until, I just hit the refresh on the page of the cuts and the moves that have been made so far. I haven't seen anybody waived or cut by another team that the Eagles would particularly have interest in terms of wide receiver. I mean, there are some interesting names that are not making teams right now. Former Broncos starting quarterback Trevor Siemian has been released by the Saints. Former Eagles running back Josh Adams has been released by the Jets, which is surprising because he was supposed to be a Joe Douglas guy. Remember, he was a guy that a lot of people thought was a Joe Douglas guy in Philadelphia. Well, now he got pushed out because they already have Tevin Coleman, Ty Johnson, Michael Carter, and LaMichael P. Ryan as their four backs. So he was the odd man out over there. A couple other cuts around the NFL that are interesting. Rashawn Melvin was released by the Panthers. Cornerback, played for a couple different teams, including the Lions, also the Jaguars, whatever you want to call them. Let's call them the Jags. Let's be safe. The Jacksonville Jags. Leave it to a team in Jacksonville to name a team after a cat that has a controversial pronunciation. A couple other players have been released already. Antonio Gandy Golden has been waived by Washington. Definitely not a guy who fits the category we're looking for, which is a veteran receiver. Again, not a lot of veterans who are being cut. A lot of guys who are the same or lesser than who the Eagles already have in-house. I'm digging deeper into this waiver wire right now, trying to see if I can find any more names that are of any significance. So far, it's a lot of guys you would expect to be released and be cut. I mean, Deonta Foreman was released by the Falcons, not 100% surprising. I'm a little surprised the Saints released offensive lineman J.R. Sweezy, but he must have been underperforming. By the way, South Jersey's own Corey Clement released by the Giants. So the Giants apparently are going a different direction at running back because they're going to keep rookie running back Gary Brightwell on the roster instead of Clement. Now, of course, Clement could always pass through waivers, end up on the practice squad, but something to keep an eye on there. Maybe the Eagles practice squad him. Who knows? The Jets released Josh Johnson. Not 100% surprising on that front. Just trying to see if there's anybody else of note to bring up on these. Because most of you have probably heard about Cam Newton being released. He's not coming to Philadelphia. All right. I said it on Twitter earlier. I think he's going to Dallas. The reports are coming out that Dallas is looking into him because they already cut Ben DiNucci, shocker, and Garrett Gilbert, slightly shocking, to have Cooper Rush be the backup quarterback, a little surprising. I think Cam Newton makes a lot more sense for Dallas. So we'll get into that a little bit later. So the Eagles wide receiver situation is something to keep an eye on very, very closely. Who's the fifth receiver? Fulgham, J-Jaw, or somebody else? Then you go on the defensive side of the ball. What are you doing with safety if you are the Eagles? This is a serious question because you just activated Rodney McLeod yesterday. How many safeties are you going to keep? We would assume that if everyone's healthy, it's McLeod and Harris are your two starting safeties. And most people believe it's Kevon Wallace and Marcus Epps are the two primary backups. So that's four safeties right there. Who's the fifth guy? Or do you keep five? You signed Andrew Adams with the idea that he could be a special teams contributor. Elijah Riley, though, can do some of the same things that Andrew Adams can. He's also less expensive in terms of cost to salary cap and the roster. That situation, keep an eye on safety. How many safeties do they keep? Cornerback. We know they're at least keeping 4 to 5, assumption-wise, would be Darius Slay, Steven Nelson, Avonte Maddox. You drafted Zach McPherson. Question is, who's the fifth guy? Is it Josiah Scott? Is it Michael Jaquette? Is it Kevon Seymour? Is it Craig James? So the secondary on defense, I am keeping a very keen eye on as well. And then the linebackers. The linebacker is a bit of a dicey thing because in Jonathan Gannon's defense, he doesn't have pure defensive ends. They have pass rushers. Even though Kerrigan, for the sake of a depth chart on the Eagles website, is listed as a defensive end, in many situations, he'll be a stand-up rusher. So how does that impact the roster? We know that the Eagles want Eric Wilson and Alex Singleton to be your number 1 and number 2 linebackers. We assume because of how training camp and the preseason went, TJ Edwards is their number 3. The question is, what does that mean for Sean Bradley, Davion Taylor, Jacoby Stevens, and Patrick Johnson and Jannard Avery? They're not all going to make the team. Now, we heard rumors out there that the Eagles could trade Avery because teams have called about him. By the way, a little breaking news here. Jeff Mosher and Adam Kaplan are reporting the Eagles have waived Travis Fulgham. So that kind of decides that fifth receiver spot, it looks like. Fulgham's gone. See, I had asked this question 2 weeks ago. I asked all of you out there listening, and I asked Mosher and Kaplan and Pacheco. I asked for an entire week when Mike Gill was out 2 weeks ago. Is Fulgham going to make this team? Because he had not had a good camp. He was not even targeted for an entire preseason game. So the breaking news right now, Travis Fulgham has been waived. So it looks like that fifth receiver spot is either going to J.J. Arcega-Whiteside or they're going out to get a veteran receiver. That's interesting. So the Fulgham fall from grace was not just something that was speculated. It is something that's real. Listen, I had told you guys when I wrote that article on the website a couple weeks ago about Fulgham, and I told you guys here on 97.3 ESPN, Josh Hennig filling for Mike Gill on the Sports Bash. The breaking news, Travis Fulgham has been waived by the Eagles. I had told you guys 2 weeks ago, Fulgham had not been talked about for weeks. He basically was invisible at times of practice. So as a result, and by the way, it's being reported by everybody now, Fulgham is out. It's Mike Garafolo is reporting it. Everyone's reporting it now. But I saw Mosher and Kaplan have it first. So I'm going to give credit to them. You know how those reporters say so-and-so had it first? I'll give it to the Inside the Birds guys first. But the point is that when you have a situation, okay, where you hire a head coach whose expertise is wide receivers, a offensive coordinator who has also worked with wide receivers in his past. They bring in Sirianni's right-hand man, Kevin Petula, whose expertise is working with wide receivers. You kept Aaron Moorhead from the team last year because you want to keep developing these wide receivers. And now you get all of these minds, all of these experts in terms of developing wide receivers in here. Waiving Fulgham is a huge red flag for him in his career. If these coaches couldn't get the best out of Fulgham, I don't know if anybody can. It's almost like Fulgham just lost it. Whatever it is, he lost it. And it's absolutely wild. Because the only reason why J-Jaw is making this team, it looks like now, instead of Fulgham, is because J-Jaw played better on special teams. I mean, what on earth? What is going on here? I mean, you literally dropped the ball, not literally, but figuratively that much. It's just wild. I'm not shocked that Fulgham is waived, but you know what? It just tells you where his career is going. Phenomenal talent. That 5-game stretch was definitely something that you thought was going to lead to something more. And now he's not even on the team anymore. So I think that means that either J.J. Arcega-Whiteside makes the team, or the Eagles are going to have their eyes on another veteran receiver to fill in the 5th spot. And, maybe it's somebody that we haven't thought of yet, or maybe that we don't know about yet, because we know that teams are calling each other, trying to make trades. Maybe there's somebody that tried to dump a wide receiver on the Eagles, and the Eagles were like, thanks, but no thanks, considering the compensation they were going to get in return. Just a little thing to think about. Sports Bash here on 97.3 ESPN. Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill. Sports Bash being brought to you by Matt Black Kia. Matt Black Kia, they want to get you approved today. That's Matt Black Kia on the Blackhurst Pike in Egg Harbor Township. Visit them online at mattblackkia.com. So again, the Eagles have made multiple moves already today. If you go to very, very early this morning, they already waived Jason Huntley, which was expected. They released Raekwon Williams as expected. They traded Matt Pryor that we talked about yesterday here on 97.3 ESPN. And as I told you guys 2 weeks ago, I wasn't sure if Fulgham was going to make the roster. Okay? And now it confirms that he's out. I'm also seeing reports that Craig James is getting released. So it looks like that cornerback position has been zeroed down. Michael Jacquet will be waived as well, or has already been waived, depending on which report you read. So if you look at the cornerback position now, based on that news, you're down to Darius Slay, Steven Nelson, Zech McPherson, Seymour, and Josiah Scott. So it looks like with James and Jacquet out, that means that you're going to, you got to whittle this down a little more. I'm a little surprised that Jacquet got released and Seymour was kept, because Jacquet did play at least decent in the preseason. James, I think that probably had to do with some of the injuries he had. He missed time in training camp. He couldn't stay healthy. I think that was a big deal. So it looks like you're cornerbacks are going to be Darius Slay, Steven Nelson, Zach McPherson, Avonte Maddox, Josiah Scott, and Kevon Seymour. Looks like that's going to be your corners. So Slay, Nelson, Maddox, Scott, Seymour, McPherson. It's either going to be 5 or 6. So, look, you don't draft a guy and he not make the team. So I'm assuming that McPherson's on the team. And we know Slay, Nelson, and Maddox are your projected starters. So then it comes down to Seymour and Scott. And I think what happens is safety will determine what happens at corner. Because if you keep 5 safeties, you're not keeping 6 corners. But if you keep 6 corners, you're not keeping 5 safeties, and so on and so forth. So a lot of moving parts going on right now with the Eagles as they're whittling down the roster. Again, the latest news, first reported by Jeff Mosher and Adam Kaplan, the Eagles have officially waived Travis Fulgham as they get closer and closer to the final 53. And again, earlier today, they traded Matt Pryor. So the offensive line situation is getting more clear because we know that the projected starters are Mailata, Sayamalu, Kelsey, Brooks, Johnson, and we know that Jeff Stoutland loves Jack Driscoll. So that's a matter of the rest of the guys. And if you're trading Pryor, that means there's someone else you're keeping. Now, is that Andre Dillard or not? We'll have to wait to find out. Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill on the Sports Bash Tuesday edition. We are about 100 minutes away from the final rosters having to be submitted for the Philadelphia Eagles and every NFL team around the league. So definitely something to keep an eye on. Josh Hennig here, hanging out with you here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. We'll take your thoughts and comments throughout the hour. Text board is open, 609-403-0973. I see messages coming in over on YouTube at 973 ESPN. You can watch the show, and of course, you can DM the show through the 973 ESPN mobile app. It's free thanks to First Bank of Seattle City. We will get to the Phillies stuff as well coming up a little bit later this hour. Frank Close, our Phillies insider for 973 ESPN.com, joins us to talk more about that as well here on 97.3 ESPN FM, the 97.3 ESPN mobile app. We are live on YouTube and Twitter. I'm Josh Hennig, filling in for Mike Gill on the Bash.
Turn it on. Leave it on. The Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN.
the things I love about betting on FanDuel Sportsbook is you get more than one shot to swing for the fences. Right now, new and existing users can get up to $25 back in site credit each day. Just place a minimum 5-leg baseball parlay. And if it falls one leg short, you get up to $25 back with parlay insurance. In addition to the parlay insurance, if you haven't tried FanDuel Sportsbook yet, new users can place their first bet risk-free. That's right. New users get up to $1,000 back in site credit if your first bet doesn't win. Just download the FanDuel Sportsbook app today and sign up with promo code Hennig. That's promo code Hennig with FanDuel Sportsbook. Must be 21 or to play and present in New Jersey. First online real money wager only for risk-free bet. Refund issued is non-withdrawable site credit that expires in 7 days. Max refund $25 per game. Restrictions apply. See sportsbook.fanduel.com for details. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now, back to the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN.
Josh Hennig back on the Sports Bash here on 97.3 ESPN FM, the 97.3 ESPN mobile app. We are live as always on YouTube and Twitter. Sports Bash being brought to you by Indeed. Indeed helps you hire great people fast. Indeed delivers 4 times more hires than any other job site combined, according to Talent Nest. Visit Indeed.com/credit for more information. That's Indeed.com/credit. We'll keep you updated throughout the day. Again, we are counting down until the first 53-man roster needs to be submitted at 4 p.m. Also, we will get to the Phillies. They've won 4 straight now, scoring 7 runs in each game, which I never thought I would see this year, but they have done it. We'll ask Frank Close about it coming up at 2:40 p.m. as he has the Phillies mailbag posted over at 97.3 ESPN.com, the 97.3 ESPN mobile app. Of course, we want to keep you guys updated on the latest, and we will get to your guys' responses on all the platforms. 609-403-0973 is the text board. Also, we are live on YouTube and Twitter. We'll get to your comments as well. And, of course, DM the show, priority messaging, thanks to First Bank of Seattle City, through the 97.3 ESPN mobile app. A couple comments coming in here I didn't get to before the break, but I want to get to Jeff Bonapookie about the Cam Newton news says Cam should go to D.C. Here's the problem, Jeff. Ron Rivera could have had Cam, all right? But they chose Ryan Fitzpatrick. I don't know why, but for whatever reason, the Washington football team's head coach, who went to a Super Bowl and Cam Newton won an MVP with, didn't have interest in him when he got to Washington. So take that for whatever it's worth. They could have had him. They didn't get him twice. So I don't know what changes now down there. I still think Cam goes to Dallas. That's just my opinion. Derek Elder says, go get Brashard Perryman. Derek, we asked Jeff Mosher, Eagles Insider, about that yesterday, and he felt that Perryman was given a $2.5 million contract by the Lions. He didn't stick in Washington. If you can't stick in Detroit. If you can't stick in Detroit with their underwhelming wide receiver situation, do the Eagles really want him? Do you want a guy who couldn't even make Detroit's roster? See, it's easy for us to point to they should get this guy, they should have gotten that guy, but you got to ask the question, why is he available? And part of the reason why he's available is he couldn't make the Lions. If he can't make the Lions, doesn't mean he's going to make this team. And Derek follows up and says he has to be better than J-Jaw. Listen, I understand that every Eagle fan looks at J.J. Arcega-Whiteside as a bust and an abomination and all that stuff. But here's the problem. You're looking at it from just a pure wide receiver situation. Pure, just guys catching balls, right? But remember, this coaching staff has been working J.J. Arcega-Whiteside in the slot. He's been playing special teams. He has made more of an impact on special teams than Fulgham has. And the Eagles have a very, very long history of valuing special teams over just what shall we call it, fantasy football stats. Another message coming in on YouTube. Lame Fame TV says Fulgham should have taken Rieger's spot. Based on what, though? Rieger outperformed Fulgham in practice. Rieger outperformed him in games. I got to go double check, but I think Fulgham only had a combined 2 targets in 3 preseason games. Rieger, according to all reports, outperformed Fulgham in every joint practice, in every Eagles drill. Rieger earned his spot. Look, again, this is another guy that there are a contingent of Eagle fans don't like him because Justin Jefferson went to the Vikings and had success. But let me break something to all of you. If the Eagles would have picked Justin Jefferson and the Vikings would have gotten Rieger, Justin Jefferson was not doing in Philadelphia what he did in Minnesota for 2 specific reasons. One, because the Eagles' offense last year was a dumpster fire. So it didn't matter who was at wide receiver unless it was Jerry Rice or maybe Chris Carter. You're not getting better receiver production than you got last year from who you had. Justin Jefferson is not an all-time legend. He's just a guy who went into a perfect situation. The Vikings traded away Stephon Diggs. They had to have the targets go somewhere. And because Thielen seems to always be on again, off again, on again, off again, injured, Jefferson got the targets in Minnesota. Also, let's be realistic. I'm not a Kirk Cousins fan, but guess what? Kirk Cousins was a better quarterback last year than Carson Wentz. So you had a quarterback who could actually get him the ball, who wasn't turning the ball over every 5 seconds. So, no, Fulgham should not have taken Rieger's spot because Rieger did everything the coaches asked him to do. He went out there and performed in practice, in joint practice. He bounced back from the drop ball in that one game. He showed you what he's capable of. And you're not asking Rieger to be a number 1 receiver. That's Devonta Smith. You're asking Rieger to be the second or third option on many downs. And if he's the second or third option on many downs, it's a pretty good option. A couple more messages coming in. Kyle Dubray chimes in, says special teams is the most important part of the game. It's not sexy, but good special teams and defense will take you further than an all-time great offense. I mean, that's true. I can't deny that. Listen, how many times have we seen offenses that set the league on fire and they never won anything because their defenses were garbage or because their special teams were dumpster fires? Listen, you had to make a decision. And to me, it came down to Fulgham or Whiteside. And Whiteside showed you that he is a willing tackler on special teams. Fulgham didn't have the same, shall I call it, 1-2. And by the way, Travis Fulgham was an undrafted free agent. J.J. Arcega-Whiteside was a second-round pick for a reason. Hindsight's 2020. Every NFL team passed on DK Metcalf twice. Every team. So don't tell me the Eagles could have had DK Metcalf instead of J-Jaw. Every NFL team could have had DK Metcalf instead of J-Jaw. Let's keep it real. Now, J.J. Arcega-Whiteside was leading the Pac-12 in touchdown catches at Stanford. If he's a willing blocker, a willing tackler on special teams, and he can play the slot, he can have a role on this team. He can have a role. Fulgham was not willing to do some of those things. Let's get one more message in here before we have to break. Frank Close Talk, more Phillies was coming up here on 97.3 ESPN. James Gatling says, Josh, you think the Eagles will pick up a veteran corner? here's the problem, James. I think the Eagles are pretty much set at corner because of the moves they've made. I think that they look at it as they have Steven Nelson, they have Darius Slay. Those are your veterans. Now it's about developing the other guys. You drafted Zach McPherson for a reason. Avonte Maddox is your slot corner. You've already moved on from Jaquette and you've waived James. So you got rid of Jaquette, you got rid of James. To me, the cornerback is going to be Josiah Scott and Kevon Seymour in terms of depth. Seymour has shown you that he can do different things. Josiah Scott is a willing tackler, an aggressive Mighty Mouse kind of player. So for the corner, it really comes down to what they do at safety. Do they keep 5 safeties or 4 safeties? That'll determine how many corners they keep, in my opinion, James. And I think that for the Eagles, I think that a veteran receiver is more important to them right now than a veteran corner because they already have Nelson. They already have Slay. That's kind of how I'm looking at it right now, James. Keep the messages coming over at 973 ESPN on YouTube and Twitter. Also text board 609-403-0973. And you can DM the show through the 973 ESPN mobile app. Thanks to First Bank of CLC. But right now on the other side, Phillies mailbag, Frank Close. Phillies have won 4 straight games and they've scored 7 runs in each game. How did this happen? When did this happen? Why is this happening? Frank Close will answer all those questions next here on the Sports Bash. Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill here on 97.3 ESPN.
The Touchdown Radio Network season begins with a Thursday night Big Ten battle as the 4th-ranked Ohio State Buckeyes visit the Minnesota Golden Gophers. Head coach P.J. Fleck enters season number 5 with the Gophers as they look to rebound from a disappointing 3-4 record last year. Even with a new quarterback, the Ohio State Buckeyes are again eyeing a Big Ten championship and a college football playoff berth. The Ohio State Buckeyes and Minnesota Golden Gophers, 8 p.m. Eastern this Thursday.
On 97.3 ESPN, South Jersey's football station.
The number of people doing business online has skyrocketed since the pandemic hit last year. So it has never been more important than now to make sure your business can be found online. Town Square can help you find more local customers with premium website services to help you grow your business faster when you visit mylocalcustomers.com. Don't wait. Visit mylocalcustomers.com today to learn more about how Town Square can help you grow your business. That's mylocalcustomers.com.
You can watch the Sports Bash live now on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter. Search 97.3 ESPN or visit our website, 97.3ESPN.com.
Josh Hennig back here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN FM. The 97.3 ESPN mobile app. We are live as always on YouTube and Twitter at 973 ESPN. This hour of the Sports Bash being brought to you by Indeed. Indeed helps you hire great people fast. Indeed delivers 4 times more hires than all other job sites combined, according to Talent Nest. Visit Indeed.com/credit. That's Indeed.com/credit for more details. We'll take a break from the Eagles. Updates and news with all your messages a little bit later in the show. Keep them coming. 609-403-0973 is the text board. Direct message the show through the 973 ESPN mobile app. Thanks to First Bank of Seattle City. And, of course, we are live, as always, at 973 ESPN on YouTube and Twitter. We're joining us right now, Frank Close, Phillies Mailbag, live at 973 ESPN.com. Frank, how you doing today?
I'm great. How are you, Josh?
I'm doing well, but I'm kind of in a little bit of shock because the Phillies have scored 7 runs in 4 straight games. I think we have to go back to what, maybe like leaving last year for this kind of offensive output. I never thought no Rhys Hoskins would mean 7 runs, but it seems like all of us who were screaming to the team to wake up, they finally did wake up a little bit.
Well, I'll say this. The Arizona Diamondbacks helped the Phillies wake up a lot. A lot of those runs in the Diamondback series. So you mentioned the 4 straight wins scoring 7, but they also scored 7 the game they lost before they won 4 in a row. So 7 seems to be the lucky number for the Phillies. But the Arizona defense definitely helped them get there the first couple games. But maybe they're building some momentum. Maybe they're feeling a little bit more confident, and we'll see what they can keep doing, especially against teams like the Nationals.
Now, the Nationals, you could argue through, at this point, their best pitcher last night. Gray at this point is arguably their best pitcher. So do they have a chance to maybe get 2 out of 3 against the Nats here, you think, Frank?
They have a chance of sweeping the Nats, I think. The Nationals are essentially laying down and dying in the National League East. They traded away so much talent. What's left? Yeah, you have Juan Soto, so you can never totally count them out because he could have a big game and be the entire difference maker. But Patrick Corbin has not been good this year, and the Phillies should be able to get to him. And even though the Phillies are a little bit depleted, the Nationals don't present themselves as a team that's trying to win right now. So Phillies hopefully will take advantage and sweep this series. Of course, tomorrow the weather is looking a little bit dicey down in D.C. as well as the rest of the region. But here's the chance for the Phillies to try to catch up because they got to get a little closer to the Braves. They just absolutely have to when they're playing the Nationals because the Braves swept the Nationals. So if the Phillies aren't sweeping the Nationals while the Braves are playing the Dodgers and hopefully losing a couple games, Phillies aren't going to catch up. So I think they need to think better than 2 or 3. They got to sweep this series.
Now, I mentioned yesterday that they got Wheeler 2 times in a 6-game stretch. And in the Marlins series, they have Gibson and Suarez, 2 of their better pitchers since the second half of the season, and especially in August. If they can get through the Nationals and the Marlins series, Frank, then the Brewers, right now in the scheduled starters, no Burns, no Woodruff, no Peralta. So the Phillies actually have an entire road trip without having to face anybody of serious consequence pitching-wise.
Yeah, that is really helpful. I mean, the Brewers are still a very good team, still have a lot of weapons. That's the one series that if you look at the rest of the season and the schedule, that really kind of stands out as the one that will be the big challenge. The Braves, they swept the Marlins when they faced the Marlins recently. The Phillies will eventually get their Orioles series. The Phillies need to take care of business there. So, you got to think of this in the perspective of where they're at in relation to the Braves. And, the Braves are going to start playing the Rockies a lot. They're going to start playing some of the other lesser teams. They're going to play the Nationals again. So Phillies need to take care of business when they are facing these lesser teams. Otherwise, they're just never going to catch the Braves. They got to get the Braves right where they need them before they face the Braves, and then they need to take care of business against the Braves. So still kind of a rough road ahead in a lot of respects, but if they're not winning games like these or not winning games like the Marlins, and they don't take advantage of the Brewers like you're saying, then they're not going to make it. So really, really important. I think every game is an important game at this point for the Phillies.
Frank Close joins us for his Phillies mailbag every Tuesday here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. Frank, I'm going to modify Jason's question because Jason's question was surprise September call-ups, but I want to modify it. Explain to the listeners why September call-ups are so different now and how that's significant in what the Phillies do in September.
Well, the big change was supposed to go into effect last season. Of course, they did not have the regular season. They had a 60-game season with all kinds of rules that had to be adjusted on the fly. But after 2019, they decided that they would no longer have the entire 40-man roster as potential active roster players in Major League Baseball. So now the rosters are set at 26, which is one more than it was in 2019, and they can add 2 additional players beyond that come September 1st. So tomorrow they can add a couple players, but really there's really not this bonanza where all of a sudden you can bring in a lot of extra players. I mean, you're essentially looking at now most teams are going to carry their third catcher because that's kind of a common thing people did, especially as we see JT Realmuto's banged up a little bit. So you want the third catcher around. And of course the Phillies are without Knapp until he gets off the COVID list. So that's probably one of those spots long term. And the other, who doesn't need another pitcher? So I think that the Phillies are going to do what a lot of teams do is just take advantage of the spot for an extra pitcher, try to get through the stretch. Hopefully there's no rainouts and doubleheaders. So be really interesting to see how they make up a game tomorrow if the rain is as intense as it is in D.C. But you really need that pitching down the stretch. Every team does. I expect the Phillies to use the spot for a pitcher.
Frank, when you think about the pitching staff, as you mentioned, the pitching staff has overall been very well. They showed the stat on MLB Network that Suarez, they're 4-2 when he started so far. What does it say to you that the Phillies have had much better pitchers since the deadline? How much of that is Dombrowski's moves and how much of that is just guys getting healthy?
Well, of course, Zach Eflin never did get healthy.
Sure.
Ranger Suarez, I think he's an example of somebody getting healthy. He was someone who was supposed to be the 5th starter last year. Well, I'll say supposed to. I thought he had a pretty well build-up lead over Vince Velasquez and Nick Pivetta last spring when spring training shut down. But he got COVID. He was stuck in a hotel room. He had to really build up his strength again, got a little injured. And that's what delayed him this year. So he's finally getting his chance. I think that's a big deal for this Phillies team. He's showing that even in longer stretches now, he can kind of hang with the big boys and can give the Phillies some quality innings and even go a little deeper into games. And let's face it, before you had Suarez, the Chase Anderson, Matt Moore, Spencer Howard, Vince Velasquez turnstile was doing absolutely nothing for them. So you got to feel a lot better about the Phillies with Ranger Suarez in place, and then adding Kyle Gibson. That's another guy that is going to give you 6 innings almost every single time. That's something they could not count on. And Spencer Howard, even since he's been in Texas, doing the same exact thing. 3 inning outings didn't cut it. So that has enabled the Phillies to be relevant here, even as they've lost some of their offensive pieces and the offense not as potent as it is when everybody is healthy.
Frank Close joining us, Phillies mailbag up at 97.3 ESPN.com, at Frank Close on Twitter for all your Phillies coverage, as the Phillies are currently in a series with the Nationals, a road trip that takes them to Washington, then Miami, then Milwaukee, then back to Philadelphia for a homestand. Frank, you mentioned Eflin, and I asked this question to Bob Wankel yesterday. I know it's a little bit incendiary, but how much of the Eflin going to the COVID list was actually the knee flaring up, and how much of it was the COVID list being a convenient way to maybe kind of bypass him for a start or two?
Well, I want to know the real story, because if you look on the Phillies transaction page, it does not say that Zach Eflin was on the COVID list. In fact, it tells you a very, very different story. In fact, I'm pulling it up right now as I speak, but here's what the roster move says on the Phillies transaction page. Phillies placed Zach Eflin on the 10-day injured list, right patella tendinopathy. So if he happens to test positive for COVID, maybe they're using that as a loophole to free up a 40-man spot. I think that would be the one advantage of him being on a COVID list. But, they brought him up expecting him to pitch. And so the way that they were speaking, it sounds like he's not going to be ready to pitch anytime soon. I mean, especially with the COVID diagnosis, he's probably going to have to take some time to come back. Having him on the COVID list takes him off the 40-man roster. That means the Phillies can add somebody to the 40-man roster. That's the one advantage they have for that. And, of course, you can have a month's worth of rehab assignments even when you're off. So the Phillies might use that COVID case as a way of adding another player. I mean, they could always put him on the 60-day IL if they're sure he's done for the year. But basically what I'm seeing, it doesn't really sound that good for Zach Eflin coming back in 2021 anyway.
Frank, one more before I let you go. One of the questions also in the Phillies mailbag was about Joe Girardi's future. And you and I have had that conversation before about the fact that, what does the future hold for Girardi? Because if they don't make the playoffs, Dombrowski didn't hire him. I know sometimes these GMs like to hire their guys, right? So what do you think the future holds for Girardi after this season?
Well, I think we've seen from Dave Dombrowski really gutting the front office. I mean, that was a really strong, harsh move that he made the other day, releasing a lot of people from those high-level positions in the organization in the front office, basically saying all the player development leadership needed to be replaced. So if he's doing that, then he's clearly not placing blame on Joe Girardi for this Phillies team performance. He's placing a lot of blame on the inability of the organization to properly develop players. So that seems to be an indication that he doesn't have the tools to manage the team to the playoffs the way that perhaps should have been the case with the talent they had. So besides that, there have been a few reports out there. I believe it was Matt Gill of The Athletic referring to, and I've heard things myself, that Joe Girardi is helping reshape this Phillies organization. So a lot of these moves are not being done without Girardi's input. And it seems to me that Dombrowski, if he's getting the input from Girardi, he has a lot of confidence in Girardi. He has a lot of confidence in his ability to evaluate talent. And it makes me think that he's going to be around for after this offseason, where I expect even more changes, especially when it comes to the players on the field and the makeup of this major league roster. I think we're going to see a lot of changes, but I think Joe Girardi is going to stick around through those changes.
For more information, go to the Phillies mailbag over at 973ESPN.com, the 973 ESPN mobile app. Frank Close joins us to talk today more about the Phillies. Frank, I'm sure you and I will talk again a little bit later in the week as the Phillies continue this road trip, 9 games in total before they return back to Philadelphia. Great stuff today, Frank.
Always good to talk to you, Josh.
And, of course, this hour of the Sports Bash has been brought to you by Matt Black Kia. Matt Black Kia, let me get you approved today. Matt Black Kia on the Black Horse Pike in Egg Harbor Township. Visit them online at mattblackkia.com. We will keep you updated on the latest. Go to 973ESPN.com and 973 ESPN mobile app. The latest, Travis Fulgham gone. Matt Pryor traded. Also, John Hightower has been waived as the Eagles continue to cut down to 53 by 4 p.m. today. But coming up on the other side, some college football talk with Jeff Nadeau here on 97.3 ESPN.
What's up, everybody? It's Mike Gill again for my guys over at PropSwap.com and the PropSwap app. Have you checked out the new PropSwap.com? It is live. Check it out right now, where prop swappers all across the country are buying and selling sports bets. Luke Burgandy's with me here, and we've got the NFL season ready to go. But too many people, Luke, are not too high on the Eagles. Over-under win total, 6.5, 7, depending on where you get it from.
I don't know where all of this criticism is coming from. Obviously, last year's performance was not the one that they wanted to have, but it's a relatively different roster. Offensive line is improved. Everyone's back. Completely different quarterback, of course. Am I saying this team's going to win the Super Bowl this year and go 12-5? I'm not saying that. But I think 10-7 is totally in the realm of possibility. And I think 100-1, which is what they are at Borgata right now, to win the Super Bowl, is nuts. This team should be 40-1, 50-1, same spot as the Bears, As we always tell people that use PropSwap, make 2 tickets. Whoever the best number is on the Eagles, I'd use a website called oddsboom.com. It shows you all the odds. Find the best casino in Jersey, bet 2 separate tickets at 100-1 on the Birds to win the Super Bowl. And then as they progress throughout the season, flip one on PropSwap for 5 times what you paid for it. And now you're free rolling that other ticket.
Yeah, and if you can take a look at strength of schedule and buy your ticket and buy, as you mentioned, 2 of those tickets and then kind of play them off each other.
Totally. Buying multiple tickets just gives you options as the season unfolds. And this team's offensive line is one of the best in the NFL. New quarterback. No one really has film on Jalen. No one knows what makes him, what his weaknesses are, what his strengths are. Like, that's an advantage. So it makes it a lot more difficult to game plan for the Birds.
The new PropSwap.com is live. Download the free mobile app right now. It's America's marketplace to buy and sell sports bets. PropSwap.com. Thank you, Luke.
Thank you, Mike.
The number of people doing business online has skyrocketed since the pandemic hit last year. So it has never been more important than now to make sure your business can be found online. Town Square can help you find more local customers with premium website services to help you grow your business faster when you visit mylocalcustomers.com. At mylocalcustomers.com, you will find out how it's fast and easy to work with Town Square to get you new leads every day. There are no contracts, and it's a subscription you can cancel anytime. Visit mylocalcustomers.com today to receive a free competitive analysis. Be one of the first to sign up and receive $500 in free advertising on this station. At mylocalcustomers.com, you will work with a dedicated marketing specialist to help you grow your business. Don't wait. Visit mylocalcustomers.com today to learn more about how Town Square can help you grow your business. That's mylocalcustomers.com.
South Jersey's home for the Sixers and Flyers.
Yeah! He scores! A two-hand jam!
97.3 ESPN, WENJ, WENJ HD, Millville, Atlantic City, a Town Square media station.
Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill on a Tuesday edition of the Sports Bash, 97.3 ESPN FM, the 97.3 ESPN mobile app. But we are live as always on YouTube and Twitter. Just follow at 973 ESPN. Every Tuesday, Jeff Nadeau joins the show. Big man on campus at Jeff Nadeau on Twitter. Talk some betting odds. And of course, college football week 1 just around the corner. we'll talk about that with Jeff. And, of course, we'll keep you updated throughout the hours. The Eagles continue to cut down 253. According to reports, Travis Fulgham out. John Hightower out. And J.J. Arcega-Whiteside is making the roster. So a very interesting day for the Philadelphia Eagles as I see Jeff Nadeau shaking his head. Jeff, it seems like you are not thrilled about that decision.
Yeah, it's just another weird move. I don't know what the obsession is in this town with mediocre talent. They're just obsessed with these people. I don't understand. I don't get it. So J.J. Arcega-Whiteside does one thing right, and he makes the team. This is why this team makes – look, it's not even them. It's all the teams. I remember the Eagles have done it. The Sixers have done it. I mean, it's just it's exhausting. It really is. I don't know how a guy like John Hightower or Fulgham doesn't make the team over him. And this is the problem. And this is why you have issues with depth, because you do stupid things like this where J.J. Arcega-Whiteside will go weeks on end with no catch. He's Matt Collins. That's what he is. That's what he was. That's what he is. I don't understand it. I don't get it.
The only thing I'll say is I slightly disagree is that I understand why Fulgham isn't here, Jeff, because Fulgham apparently every day had to be corrected in camp about something. He couldn't do anything right. He had 2 targets in 3 preseason games.
What has Arcega-Whiteside done this entire time?
Well, that's where your point about Matt Collins is 100% accurate, because J-Jaw is, he's making tackles on special teams. So the Eagles are saying they value special teams guy more than a guy who actually can catch the football in an actual game.
And Josh, the bigger problem that I have here as well is this is a team that is very weak at receiver. They just are. I mean, I like Smith. I like Rieger. I was one that was on the camp of you've got to go out and get a veteran. They're willing to move on from people like Matt Pryor, which I'm fine with, but why not take Dillard and say, hey, maybe we can get Keenan Cole out of this, or we can get something out of this. Like, they need a veteran receiver on this team. And to cut receivers down, but to keep him, plus you don't really have a lot of veterans anyway, just weird, head scratching.
It is. I would love to see exactly who gets cut by other teams moving forward, because we know some veteran receiver somewhere is going to get cut. And there's always that possibility the Eagles could have the starting 53, but the 53 that actually plays week 1 is different. So
I think if I'm them, I think you have to do that. It's similar to what they did with Goodwin, who didn't end up playing here, but they've got to go out and find that type of player. And I've mentioned Cole. I think he could be it. Or, again, as you said, someone will be out there. They got to go out and grab them.
Yeah, now the question is, because I'm keeping an eye on this waiver wire. I mean, okay, you got the wide receiver, quote-unquote, position figured out before 4 p.m., but, Jeff, you got to figure out safety, because you activated McLeod. Now you got like 7 dudes who all play safety. You're not keeping 7 safeties. That'd be ridiculous.
Yeah, they have some real question marks, man. I don't I mean, I saw Brashad Perriman was cut. I mean, is that someone you're interested in? I don't know. Only a guy, they did give a contract to him. But, again, I'm sure you'll keep an eye on that. But, yeah, I mean, the safety is another question mark, because they don't have McLeod ready. Obviously, you like some of the guys they have. I mean, I like Harris. I like Kayvon Wallace. I'm real high on him kind of long term. But I'm not real enamored by Marcus Epps. He's a guy I don't really trust a whole lot. Elijah Riley. I was surprised with Jacoby Stevens. I know he got injured, which kind of hurt, but I had expected something out of him coming out of LSU, but I don't think he's going to make team. He's kind of that hybrid safety linebacker. Right. But, yeah, I mean, when it comes to safety, there's a lot of guys here, but outside of McLeod, Harris, and Wallace, there's not much.
Well, the other thing is they signed Andrew Adams in the offseason, and as far as I'm concerned, Andrew Adams and Elijah Riley are basically the same guy, Jeff. It's just one's more expensive than the other. One's played in the league longer. So it's like, if you're going to keep somebody for quote-unquote special teams reasons, why not keep the cheaper guy and keep Riley over Adams at that point?
Yeah, all I'm going to say when it comes to safety, when it comes to receiver, this team better hope they don't have injuries, because it's back to where you were last year, where you're having guys that you're bringing in from Acme down the street or from Sticks and Chunk to play receiver for you. Vince Papali, maybe you see another guy like him. I don't know. Their depth is not good at certain positions. And safety, as you alluded to, I mean, do you want Granold Arnold playing?
No.
Blake Countess? I don't.
Well, we know why Blake Countess was brought back here for the
But,
200th time to fill out the roster for preseason games.
Real quick, though, this is a team back to like Chip Kelly, even like to Andy. They've always had these guys that they think are NFL players that aren't. Like, do you remember Rock Carmichael, Jared Page? I mean, guys that like are just not NFL players.
Page. Good grief.
Dimitri Patterson. I mean, he was okay, but like you have these guys that are just like
they overvalue them, like you said earlier.
Yeah, like who are these guys? They're practice squad players. Why are they on the field starting in week 3?
And Jeff, you saw them trade for Gardner Minshew over the weekend.
Yeah,
and it's like and this is part of my problem with the Eagles as well, Jeff. Before we get to the college football stuff, and that is, David Caldwell is the guy who drafted Minshew. Now he's working the Eagles organization. This is another year where a dude gets in Howie's ear. This year it's Caldwell. Last year it was John Dorsey. Before that was Joe Douglas with the Ravens players, right? Before that it was Andrew Berry before the Browns picked him up. Every year there's a dude in Howie's ear saying, hey, you should get this guy. I know who he is. And it's like, is Howie really that gullible that he listens to these guys so much?
Seems like he is. I like that move personally. I mean, I
don't hate the move, but it's so strange. Like every year we're picking up someone that they just hired. Seems like they told him to pick up.
You know what he does? You know what he is? He reminds me of these people on Twitter that like they're on Twitter for like a week or two, and all of a sudden they become experts on stuff, and they are the foremost authorities on things. And it seems like Howie just grabs those kind of guys and is just like, what do you think here? You're a good consultant. You've been doing this for like 2 weeks. How about you? What do you have to say? But I have liked their free agent decisions, like Kerrigan and some, obviously Nelson. Again, I would be very happy if in the till the start of the season, next 10 days, I would really like a veteran receiver here. And I think they're going to do it. I want someone that can come in and I just, they're not the greatest receiver in the world, but they can catch the football. They know how to make decisions. They're not going to hurt you. I would really like that.
By the way, reports are coming out the Eagles are cutting Andrew Adams, so at least they're getting rid of that random guy.
No, they're going to keep like Blake Countess or Elijah Riley.
Probably Riley, because Countess gets cut by the Eagles every year.
And this is the thing, Josh. Like you made good free agent decisions, but then you just screw it all up by this nonsense. Like getting rid of people that you shouldn't, and like believing these young guys. Like, is the whole team young? Like, do they not have any veterans on this team? From a depth standpoint, it's like you got to have veterans, man. Like, they don't seem to know that. They better hope no one gets injured.
Hope for the best, right? Yeah, at this point, I mean, you mentioned that last year was a dumpster fire with the injuries. That's why I'm hoping they keep as many offensive linemen as possible. I don't want to see some random dude off the street again like last year.
I still remember last year at times I was at the Barstool Gambling House, and we would sit there and like you'd be watching the games and you'd see like Sua Opeta and like Brett Toth.
Yep.
Yeah. And then this is real random, but he was on the stream, so I'm going to bring it up. So one day we're sitting there, and one of my colleagues, Marty, says to me, "Hey, we got an Eagles player coming in." I said, "What do you mean you got an Eagles player coming in?" He's like, "We're on a bye week." He said they're going to come over and hang out. So we're sitting there, and this Hawking dude comes walking up the steps. It's Jack Driscoll.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and he sits down, and I'm thinking, like, this has got to be a little touchy. You're in a gambling house with like all this is going on. He was actually a cool guy, but, and he's probably your best backup lineman at this point, I guess you could say, right?
I mean, Stoutland apparently loves him. He's a guy who could play literally every position but center. So,
and I remember last year, like he was like your best depth position. These guys that just like didn't belong in that line, but he's a nice guy, good kid.
I mean, listen, I remember watching him the couple games he did get to play, like legitimate full games, and he looked good. He was a guy who was not afraid to make some contact and shove people around.
Exactly. And he was at Auburn. He's had a good career. I think he'll be good in the NFL. So you need kids like that, but you also need veterans too. And they don't have a lot of veterans on this team, real honest, outside of the start.
Well, most of the veterans are specific positions, like defensive line, for example.
So you better hope they don't get injured,
Well, Kerrigan's already injured. Remember, he's coming off the thumb surgery.
Well, and that's the thing. Guys like Kerrigan you like, but it's like, can they stay healthy? I already know how it's going to work, Josh. I mean, first game, someone will get injured on the 6th play, like Deshaun, and it's constant. like Deshaun his last year. Like he would play for like a few plays and then be out again. It's maddening.
Jeff Nadeau joining us as he does each and every Tuesday here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN at Jeff Nadeau on Twitter. Check him out for all of your sports betting and random conversations like this he has on Twitter as well. He's not afraid to touch on a little bit of everything on that Twitter feed there. Jeff, I got to ask you about the college football, though, because I love college football. People make fun of me because I always bet on Army and Navy every year. I'm one of those people. But, listen, this first quote-unquote official first weekend of college football is going to be nuts. I mean, you have from Thursday through Monday, you literally don't have to do anything else with your life. You can just sit down and watch college football for a 5-day stretch.
Well, you're missing Jacksonville State UAB on Wednesday, Josh. Come on. I thought you would have mentioned that.
That's more your expertise. I don't know UAB that well at this point in time.
I know, but no, you're right. It's such a great. I'm so happy it's back. I've always said, and I've been doing this a long freaking time. Some of the people ask me, "Do you like to party? What do you like to do?" You know what I like to do? Saturday nights, watch football. Late night, Pac-12 after dark. There's just something nostalgic about that to me. The weather changes, you smell the leaves, you fire out, in the fire pit or something. The cities even smell different in the fall. It's just football is what we do in this area. And I know, in college it's the South, but just football in general, like this is that Philadelphia's football. We love football here, so it doesn't matter what football it is. I'm in, and I can't wait as well.
Let's bang out some of these games. Thursday night, Boise State at UCF.
Big game.
I got to say, though, my inclination is UCF just because it's in Florida. How's Boise going to handle the heat?
I think this is a great spot to actually go against what you're saying. I like Boise. I think they're the better football team coming into the season. This game's really about – I think it's a high-scoring game. There's a reason the total's high 60s, may even get to the 70s. Both teams have terrific offenses. We know how good UCF is. But it's a new coach, Gus Malzahn, who I'm not a big fan of. I like their quarterback. Obviously they're going to score points, but they're a team that I don't think gets stops. They just can't get stops. They lost their best player last year, Richie Grant, to the NFL. Boise is really good. They're one of the best G5 teams in the country. They have not one, but two really good quarterbacks that can both come in and play. I think they have the best receiver in the country in Khalil Shakir. They brought in a new coach, Andy Avalos, who was at Oregon. He's a defensive-minded guy. I think he comes in and really preaches defense. And I don't know if they're going to get a stop all the time, but they're more likely to me to get a stop. I think the wrong team's favored here. I think Boise is very much prepared for this one. I think Avalos kind of helps out with this the Central Florida defense and kind of knowing where to be and what to do. I think they win the game.
Jeff, here on 97.3 ESPN, we'll be airing the Ohio State versus Minnesota game. Ohio State, we all know they're the favorite in the Big Ten, but what do you think about this team with a new quarterback who's never thrown a pass at this level?
I don't really worry about a lot of these type of teams with new quarterbacks. People talk about Alabama with Bryce Young or whoever. Look, Ohio State is a factory. They just push talent out. That's what they do. And whether it's CJ Stroud or whoever, they're going to have success. Look, could there be some growing pains early? Yeah, but again, their 80% good is way better than most, 60% or 80% or 100% teams. So, I think the line's kind of telling you something here. I think a lot of people will buy into Minnesota that they can compete in this game. And look, I'm not going to tell you they're not a good football team. I like their coach Fleck a lot. Good rah-rah guy. Good quarterback, Tanner Morgan. But what is he after Rashad Bateman moves on? Because I've watched them when they didn't have Bateman last year. They weren't as dynamic. It's that simple. Ohio State, I think you've got to be able to vertically attack them. I'm not sure that Minnesota can do that. Minnesota wants to keep the ball on the ground. They have a guy called Muhammad Ibrahim. He's terrific, really good running back. I don't know if they're built to really vertically attack them. I want to go at Ohio State. I want to throw it against them because I don't think their secondary is very good. I kind of lean with laying the points here, just to be honest. I think it reminds me a lot of UCLA and Hawaii last week. A lot of people are like, well, Hawaii's kind of good. Maybe they're good enough to hang around, and they just got blown off. I think Ohio State's still way better than Minnesota. If this game somehow got to 13.5 and I could find it widely, I would lay it with Ohio State.
Friday night here on 97.3 ESPN, we will have North Carolina versus Virginia Tech. Jeff, I got to be honest, I love this UNC team. I love Sam Howell. I love what this offense can do, and I'm excited to see what they can do in a full college football season.
I couldn't agree more with the fact that I'm excited about them. I'm excited about, shouldn't say them. I'm excited about Howell. But I got to tell you, I'm not that excited about them in general. I think they're very overrated coming into the season. And I like Howell, but let me kind of relate it to last season or 2 years ago. Texas, they had a kid, Sam Ehlinger, really good quarterback, but I just didn't really like the rest of the team. I think UNC defensively is very hit or miss always. Do I think UNC is going to be good? Yeah. But I'll tell you what, the last place I want to play on a weeknight, Friday night, 8 o'clock is Blacksburg. That is a tough place to go play. I think the line is this is a huge public sharp split to me probably here. I think sharp money, and I know sharp money is on Voltech. The betting public's going to be laying it with Mr. Howe. And look, I like Howe, but can they get a stop here? That's always the problem with Carolina, and they should win by double digits. But why the hell's the line only 5.5? Something smells with this one to me. And I don't want to disagree with you, but this screams 34-28 Virginia Tech, and we're saying to ourselves, "Wow, Sam Howell was great, but they just couldn't get a stop."
Yeah, you're allowed to disagree with me. That's why I'm asking you the questions, Jeff. I'm not afraid of someone disagreeing with me. That'd be ridiculous.
Yeah, no, I think this one and LSU UCLA are the lines this week that I think, because you have to remember, Josh, in week 0, 5 games we had, everything went the amateur public better way. Everything came in. All the big favorites hit. Every point that you laid won. So the books are going to come back on some things, and these are the 2 games that just scream something's going to go on here.
Speaking of the UCLA LSU game, do you factor anything into the idea that LSU is not practicing at home because of the hurricane situation that might disrupt their schedule this week?
Let me ask you a question. I ask you the question.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a guy you want to prepare your team more for a football game than Ed Orgeron? I'll give you the answer. No.
I would have said Nick Saban, but
this is a different situation, Josh. This is a hurricane has affected your homeland. Okay, you're not playing for just you. Okay, you're playing for this whole state, and we know Ed's going to have them prepared. We're going out to California, glitzy, glam, UCLA. UCLA can use their athletic advantage against Hawaii. They're not going to do it against LSU. There's a reason LSU's favored because they're the better team. Max Johnson, a lot of people that I really trust and are smart bet him to win the Heisman. A lot of people like this kid. Derek Stingley is the best defensive player in the country. It's that simple.
Yes,
you just don't throw against him. I think Dorian Thompson-Robinson folds like a cheap lawn chair in this game. Like a popsicle on a summer day, it melts. DTR will struggle. Chip Kelly is not Ed Orgeron. And I know that's crazy to say, but I think Ed has really turned into a great coach, a great motivator. And I think they play for LSU and for Louisiana. I think they beat them. There's a reason they're a favorite.
Jeff, I want to ask you about one of the lines that I like this weekend. Michigan State at Northwestern. I don't think Northwestern's going to be that good this year. They graduated a lot of kids from last year, and I think that this Michigan State team can go in there and get a win.
Yeah, I'm never real interested in betting Northwestern. They're good defensively generally, but they never have the offensive caliber talent. They've never really gotten to like this new Big Ten. And you'd have to figure like Mel Tucker starts to get some success there. I'll tell you right now, and I know you probably know this, Anthony Russo is a good damn quarterback.
Yes.
I watched him at Temple. He's terrific. I wish he would have stayed. I think they're getting a good quarterback there. I really do. The under made some sense to me here. Just 2 offenses I just don't think are really going to press. They're not going to go hard. They're not going to go fast. I think 2 defenses that we know Northwestern's really good. But obviously I think the goal for Mel Tucker and this group is to get back to being a good defensive team. They've had some great secondaries over the years. Trey Waynes and a couple of those kind of guys. This screamed low scoring to me. I'm not really running to the wind at a bet on Northwestern either. I get the feeling Russo is definitely the best quarterback on the field here. I think he probably keeps them in this game. And I think if I'm getting a sizable number, I don't mind Michigan State here.
Yeah, I don't like Northwestern at all this year. I'm running away from them for pretty much the full year. Jeff, one more game I want to hit on with you before I ask you what you're interested in. San Jose State at USC. 14 seems like a lot of points there.
It does. I agree with you. I think you obviously want to make sure you're getting above 2 touchdowns. But, yeah, I'm not going to try to sell you off of San Jose State. I'm someone that's really talked glowingly about this program. Brett Brennan has done an absolutely unbelievable job. I've always said you win in college football first through coaching. You either have a good coach or you don't. And they hired the right guy. They won the title last year in that conference. They have a really good quarterback, Nick Starkel. No one's going to tell you about. They just have a really good offense. Great tight end. I'll tell you about, watch their tight end, Derek Dees. He's an NFL talent. Kind of reminds me of Jonnu Smith a little bit from the Titans. He's now on, forget where he's at now. But
New England.
Yeah, and this defense is really good, San Jose. USC, we know we're going to get a good quarterback with Keaton Slovis. And I'll tell you, I'm just not a big Todd Orlando guy on defense. I don't like what he does. I think he's overpaid.
He's overrated. He's so
bad.
overrated.
He's not worked anywhere he's went. I think surely San Jose hangs around. This is not a team that's just going to roll over. They're a really good G5 team. They can challenge to win that Mountain West this year. They've got great defense, good offensive line, and a real good quarterback who, by the way, was at A&M.
Jeff, before I let you go, any teams or games this weekend that we didn't touch on that you're keeping an eye on?
Yeah, I'm really obviously I'm waiting for numbers in added games. We don't have added numbers yet. So you're going to have a lot of big teams playing a lot of poor teams. One of which I'm looking forward to is Western Kentucky. I've kind of been on their thing for a while. I like Utah a lot too. I'm looking forward to getting their number. As far as games that I've played though, I like Kansas State against Stanford. The name of the game here in this one is about experience. This is a neutral site game in Dallas. It's going to be a Kansas State crowd. I worry about Stanford. Quarterback play is just not going to be there. This is a very new team. They lost a lot of talent last year on a bad team as it is. K-State brings back everybody. This is Chris Kleiman and K-State's best offensive team since the days of Tyler Lockett in like 2014. Colin Klein many years ago. Yep. Skylar Thompson's really good. They welcome back everybody, including Deuce Vaughn, a freshman running back. I think he's really good. I think they take a next step defensively. I just think they're the better team. I think they win kind of like 31-21 here. I like K-State to beat Stanford.
Give him a follow on Twitter at Jeff Nadeau on Twitter. Of course, he joins the Sports Bash every Tuesday to talk with Mike Gill. But, of course, I'm filling in for Mike Gill here on a Tuesday edition of the Bash on 97.3 ESPN. Jeff, always appreciate going back and forth with you.
Yeah, I love talking to you too, Josh. Thanks for having me on. Let's hope the Eagles soon, by the next time we talk, maybe get a veteran receiver in here. But we'll keep an eye on cut day.
Well, like you said, we got like 10 days for them to figure it out. So hopefully that's enough
true.
Time.
Hey, what does Mike work anymore? This guy's off more than like bankers. Like, is this guy work?
He'll be back next week for the rest of the football season.
I know. Just messing with him. Thanks, Josh. See you later.
I'll pass along the message.
Please do. Yeah.
Jeff Nadeau joins us here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. And, of course, our conversation being brought to you by my friends over at FanDuel Sportsbook. FanDuel is hooking new users up with enhanced 30-1 odds for the first college football game of the season. It's a big one. You could bet either Georgia or Clemson to win, and you could turn $5 bet into $150 payout. New users, sign up and make your first deposit to kick off the college football season on FanDuel Sportsbook. There's no better place to bet college football than with FanDuel Sportsbook. With great promotions, fast payouts, and their app is easy to use. So download the FanDuel Sportsbook app today. Sign up using my promo code Hennig to get enhanced 30-1 odds on the biggest college football game of the weekend, Georgia versus Clemson. That's promo code Hennig with FanDuel Sportsbook. Must be 21 or older to play and present in New Jersey. New users only, must wager in designated offer market. $10 first deposit required. $150 max bonus. See full terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. We'll get back to the latest Eagles news. It looks like that Andrew Adams is out. So what does that mean for the safety position? We'll get into all that and also your guys' messages. Text Sports 609-403-0973. DM the show through the 97.3 ESPN mobile app. Priority messaging thanks to First Bank of Seattle City. And we are live as always on YouTube and Twitter at 973 ESPN. We are counting down the minutes to the 4 p.m. deadline. Eagles have to get down to 53. Every team has to get down to 53 by 4 p.m. today. We'll keep you updated right here. Josh Hennig filling for Mike Gill on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN.
Turn it on. Leave it on. The Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN.
New Jersey car owners, stop what you're doing and come see AJ, the trade-in man, at Matt Blatt Nissan.
Oh, yeah, it's on at Matt Blatt Nissan.
Cancel that service appointment. Let your tires go bald. Don't put another penny in that old car. The value of your current vehicle has skyrocketed, so cash in your vehicle now. Used car values are at an all-time high. Your car may be worth more than you think. New 2021 Nissan Frontier 4x4 truck. 0 due at signing. Lease $349 per month. Stuck in a loan or lease? We can get you released. We'll buy your car for cash, even if you don't buy a car from us. Worried about your credits? Don't sweat it. Get $3,000 back on every 2021 Nissan Murano and pay 0 interest for 60 months in Egg Harbor Township, next to Home Depot, or online at mattblattnissan.com. Negative equity will be refinanced into new vehicle. Rate qualifications exist. Not all will qualify. 0% APR based on 1667 per thousand borrowed. Offers can't become release. Call 877-289-6367 or go to mattblattnissan.com for complete details. Offer ends 9/6/21. It's on at Matt Blatt Nissan on the Black Horse Pike, Egg Harbor Township.
You can watch the Sports Bash live now on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter. Search 97.3 ESPN or visit our website, 973ESPN.com.
Josh Hennig back here on the Sports Bash, 97.3 ESPN FM, 97.3 ESPN mobile app. We are live as always on YouTube and Twitter. We got some news updates to get to here. Before we get to that, I want to remind you, this hour of the Sports Bash being brought to you by Matt Blatt Nissan. The all-new Matt Blatt Nissan is now open on the Black Horse Pike in Egg Harbor Township next to Home Depot. Visit them online at mattblattnissan.com. So get you guys a couple updates here on the Eagles as we're under 30 minutes from the 4 p.m. deadline. John Hightower has been released. It looks like Andrew Adams has also been let go by the Eagles. So the wide receiver and safety positions are coming into shape right now. So that is something to keep an eye on. I mentioned earlier, I am very curious about exactly how the Eagles formulate this, because my perspective and my working theory is the fact that this team is going to go young. And I appreciate what, guys like Jeff Nady were saying. Look, you need some veteran leadership in some of these positions. But, you can't just get a veteran for a veteran's sake, right? Like, Rashard Perryman's out there. If Rashard Perryman can't make the Lions, in my opinion, I don't want him on my team. A guy like Travis Benjamin just got released by the 49ers. He's a veteran, but do you really want a guy who's often injured? We mentioned Deshaun Jackson earlier. That's a guy who's always getting injured. So, getting a veteran sounds great in theory, but you want the right veteran, right? You want the right veteran to come in here and be in a position to produce. And a guy like Benjamin who can't stay healthy, or a guy like Perryman who can't even make the Lions roster, it's got some negatives against them. So to me, that's kind of how I look at it. I look at it as, yeah, you want a veteran, but if Fulgham's not making the roster, then who of the guys who have been released so far would make the roster? And so far, I haven't seen a veteran get waived that of any real consequence. A guy come in here and really take out J.J. Arcega-Whiteside. Because, again, the Eagles value special teams way more than the average person does. A little Phillies news popped off before we get to the Sixers news. Phillies are placing Travis Jankowski on the paternity list and have recalled Matt Vierling from Lehigh Valley. So thank goodness it's not Mickey Moniak. I am done with the Mickey Moniak experiment. If I never have to see him in a Phillies uniform ever again, I am definitely not going to cry about it. Now, for those who don't know Matt Vierling can play pretty much every position on the field. He can play infield. He can play outfield. He's a guy who has shown decent hitting ability in the minors. He's not a great hitter, but he has shown in a limited amount of bats to the Phillies, he can get some hits at this level. He played about, I think it was 6 games earlier this year. So he showed you he could hit a little bit at this level. In the minor leagues overall, he's batting .276. So he's not going to come up here and be great, but he's certainly got to be better than Moniak. And I think the fact that he can play outfield and infield, specifically third base, by the way, when he was in college, he did spend a lot of time at third base. Now, also in college, he pitched, though. So I don't know if you want him to come up here and pitch, because by the time his career was done in college, he was not a good pitcher anymore. But he did play third base in college, did play some outfield in the minor league. So I wouldn't be surprised if they use him a couple different positions like they do Luke Williams. So that's a little news on the Phillies front. Now, I know we're keeping track of the Eagles stuff, and we will keep keeping track of it as we get to things. But, again, Travis Fulgham, John Hightower, out. Andrew Adams looks like he's gone. Matt Pryor traded to the Colts. That happened a little bit earlier today. For more details on those moves, go to 973 ESPN.com or the 973 ESPN mobile app. But the Ben Simmons news doesn't go away. I almost feel like the Sixers or Ben Simmons people are trying to steal Philadelphia's attention away from the Eagles right now, because this is a huge day for football. This is a huge moment in the NFL offseason. You know, there's a reason why the NFL cut down day is not the same day as college football. There's no NFL games this weekend, right? Because they respect each other's space. The NBA just seems to be completely oblivious to the rest of the world. But in breaking NBA news, Ben Simmons has told the 76ers, according to Keith Pompey of the Inquirer, that he no longer wants to be a Sixer and does not intend to report the training camp, according to multiple sources. Now, the reason why this is significant is because it was just a month ago that Kendrick Perkins said the same thing on ESPN television. It was almost a month ago that Kendrick Perkins said the same thing as this report does in the Inquirer. All right. Now, the ramifications of this are twofold. Number one, we know the Sixers have already been working on trading him, according to Shams Charania. And according to Keith Pompey, in a meeting the Sixers had last week in Los Angeles, Sixers told Josh Harris, Daryl Morey, Elton Brand, and Doc Rivers he no longer wants to be a Sixer, according to multiple reports. And he is not intended for the training camp. So this is not just speculation. According to this report, Simmons directly told everyone involved, I want out of town. So this is a very, very significant turn of events. Now, the Sixers have declined comment on the topic. But as Shams Charania reported in The Athletic, as we discussed yesterday with Kevin McCormick, the Sixers have already been working on a deal. And among the teams that would love to get Ben Simmons are the Timberwolves and the Raptors. There are several teams who have made calls. It seems like that this is going to accelerate things. Now, it doesn't help the Sixers leverage, because now you have a situation where the Sixers, they can't use the idea of, well, we're going to keep Ben Simmons, or we could keep Ben Simmons. Now, it's pretty much a done deal that Ben Simmons is done. Okay? And again, this is exactly what Kendrick Perkins said a month ago, and everyone was making fun of him. What does Kendrick Perkins know? Well, now this is another person reporting this. Remember, all along the way, the Ben Simmons and his people have never denied any of the reports about Ben Simmons not being happy in Philadelphia, or that he wants out of Philadelphia, or anything like that. It has been very, very, very consistent that nobody has denied any of the reports about him getting traded. So this only adds to the fire that is the Ben Simmons situation. If this is how he feels, then you got to move on. The problem is that you're not going to get the best deal possible now, because you lose part of your leverage. And now you can't, quote unquote, wait out the Lillard situation in Portland. You're no longer in a position to see if Lillard is going to potentially turn around and come around on the idea of leaving. All right. Listen, it's become very obvious from multiple reports, whether it's Shams of The Athletic or Brendan Scoopy Robinson at Bally Sports that we've had here on 97.3 ESPN. Now the Keith Pompey report, Woj's report a month ago. There's way too much smoke out there to allow this situation to go any further. You got to move on. You got to cut the cord, right? You got to just make the move and be done with it. Again, Keith Pompey is reporting from the Philadelphia Inquirer that the 76ers last week, Simmons told co-managing partner Josh Harris, president of basketball operations Daryl Morey, general manager Elton Brand, and coach Doc Rivers in Los Angeles that he no longer wants to remain a Sixers, according to multiple reports. Ben Simmons does not intend to report at the training camp, just as Kendrick Perkins said a month ago. So this whole Ben Simmons situation is now next level. Completely next level. All right? I would be very curious to see exactly what the next move is. Because when a story like this comes out, I think it's going to be very interesting to see what the next domino is to fall. Because when you look at it, the situation breaks down to this. If, and I say if, this situation starts to accelerate, which I anticipate it will at some point. Whenever it does accelerate, I fully anticipate this is going to be a situation where the Sixers are not going to get the best deal possible. But they're going to have to take a deal because you can't just go into the season and not have something to fill the void of Ben Simmons. I don't know if we get the best deal possible now. I really don't. I think Kevin McCormick brought up a great point yesterday when we had him on the Sports Bash. This is a situation where you would expect Ben Simmons to be able to leverage the Sixers into making a deal they possibly couldn't. And you can no longer wait on Damian Lillard now. You can't wait for another star to come available. You just got to make the best deal possible. And honestly, that might end up being a 3-4 team deal that involves teams like the Timberwolves and the Raptors and the Warriors and the Kings at this point. Because those are the teams that still have the flexibility to make some moves potentially. I don't see a scenario where the Sixers don't make a move before the start of the season now. If Ben Simmons says he wants out of town and he told the Sixers directly that, he's gone. It's done. It's over with. Get your reaction. Obviously, we are counting down to the Eagles getting down to the first 53-man roster at 4 p.m. Football at 4 with Andrew DeCecco. We'll review all of that. Get your reaction. Ben Simmons news, Eagles roster moves so far, Phillies, and more. Text Sports 609-403-0973. We are live on YouTube and Twitter. Comment at 973 ESPN when you watch the show. And, of course, you can DM the show through the 973 ESPN mobile app. Thanks to First Bank of Seattle City. With all your messages on the other side, Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill here on the Sports Bash with 973 ESPN.
All at 4, every day at 4 p.m. on the Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN and the free mobile app. Now, back to the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN.
Josh Hennig back here on the Sports Bash, 97.3 ESPN FM, 97.3 ESPN mobile app. We are live as always on YouTube. And so we got a lot of messages for you guys to get to on all the platforms. Of course, you can direct message the show. Priority messaging, thanks to First Bank of Seattle City with the 97.3 ESPN mobile app. Plus, we got a bunch of messages to get to. 609-403-0973 is the text board. And we are live on YouTube and Twitter. A bunch of stuff to get here. Bunch of stuff to get to. I'm going to try to get to all of you guys in this segment. Of course, this segment being brought to you by Matt Blatt Nissan. The all-new Matt Blatt Nissan is now open on the Black Horse Pike in Egg Harbor Township next to Home Depot. Visit them online at mattblattnissan.com. All right. A lot of stuff to cover here. Dan in the EHT, I'll get to you in just a moment. I want to first get to the text. Came in a little bit earlier. Texter says, Jalen Reagor isn't good. It's laughable they selected him over Justin Jefferson. Howie always tries to be the smartest person in the room rather than just taking the obvious pick. Well, here's the problem, Texter. And I can't credit you because you're texting anonymously. So, anonymous Texter, here's the problem. You're basing your analysis of Jalen Reagor isn't good based on last year. It's apparent you never watched him in college. So you don't understand the reason why he was a first-round pick. He has immense talent, and he showed that in joint practices to the point where even the national reporters who are covering the Patriots, the Eagles practices spoke very highly of him. So Reagor actually is a good player. Now, Howie picking him over Justin Jefferson, according to reports, that was what he was advised. He was advised by the Eagles coaches and by Andy Weidel, who's the head of scouting and player personnel for the Eagles. He was told that that was the guy that picked that made the most sense for them. So it's not that Howie Roseman's always trying to be the smartest person in the room, but you hire people to do a job. They're supposed to tell you what you should or shouldn't do. So let's relax on the Howie's trying to be too smart stuff and Reagor stinks. Okay. Chris Carter was not a Hall of Famer day one when he got to Philadelphia. In fact, his best years were in Minnesota. If Rager goes on to be that guy, you're going to rip the Eagles for saying you should have kept Rager. It should have made work out here. He made it work somewhere else. Eagles are idiots. So I would say relax a little bit with some of those comments. Dan and EHC chimes in and says, I disagree with getting a veteran receiver. They always get hurt. Same with running backs. Youth is better. It's a young man's league more and more. Let's be honest, Dan and EHC goes on to say. The Eagles' problem last year was a mass unit on the offensive line, a quarterback who wouldn't listen, and an overhyped head coach that wanted to get fired because he wasn't happy. Dan EHC just goes all in on that text. Holy Toledo. Listen, I don't think anything that Dan EHC said is wrong there. The problem with veteran players who get released a lot of times because they are injury prone. They can't make a roster. And Dan EHC goes on to say, look, the Eagles had a lot of health issues last year and a quarterback who was a dumpster fire and a head coach who didn't seem to want to be here anymore. I think those are some good points there. On the Ben Simmons stuff, let's see here. I got a bunch of messages here on the text board. Marcus chimes in on the YouTube channel and says, Rich Paul tries to steer all of his clients to his buddy LeBron. Yeah, but the Lakers aren't in a position to get Ben Simmons. They'd have to blow up part of their roster to get him. They already got a guy who is a less defensive version of Ben Simmons as Russell Westbrook. They already got a guy, Marcus. So let's relax with that. All right. If Ben Simmons ends up on the Lakers, I would be shocked because they'd have to overall part of their rosters to make the money work. Kyle goes on the follow-up and said, Lakers are going to offer us Westbrook and Carmelo Anthony for Ben. No, they're not. And if you're the Sixers, do you even take that deal? In what reality are the Sixers taking Russell Westbrook and Carmelo Anthony for Ben Simmons? Why would you want Carmelo, first of all? He's so old at this point. And second of all, Russell Westbrook, sure, he changes your team, but does he really make the Sixers that much better? I need to understand exactly how Ben Simmons goes to the Lakers and the Sixers can make that work financially. Listen, Rich Paul can want everything he wants, but the numbers don't work. Financially, the numbers don't work. It just can't happen. Listen, the Lakers are not the team in pursuit of him anyway. There's no report anywhere by anybody reputable that says Lakers. Every reputable report is Timberwolves, Warriors, Raptors, Cavs, Pelicans. I've heard Kings. I've read a lot of teams. I've even read Denver. Lakers are not among the teams. So until someone can point to me a reputable reporter reporting Lakers and not some random dude with a Twitter account saying that the Wizards are trying to get Ben Simmons and Damian Lillard, just stop. All right. Oh my goodness. Listen, I'm just going to say this one more time. I mentioned this yesterday. Here's the deal. I understand that some of you consume certain media content from certain people who are not reporters, who have biased opinions. But the reality is that you got to go with the reporting. You can't just go off of they have the same agent. There's nobody reporting that the Lakers are wanting Ben Simmons. We'll get to more Ben Simmons stuff later. We're minutes away from the Eagles getting their first 53-man roster. What is it going to be? We'll discuss with Andrew Checo next. Football at 4.
Hey guys, it's Mike Gill. Football season is about to kick off, and that means it's time to list your football future bets on PropSwap. Did you know before the season started last year, the Buccaneers were 60-1 to win it all? Now that's a futures bet. You just never know what can happen. Sports bettors cash in early and often when they list long shots on PropSwap. The average monthly seller makes $500 a month on PropSwap just posting and selling tickets. There's so many great choices to consider. Who wins the Heisman Trophy, the College Football Championship, the Pro Football Championship. Every season, long shots become winners, and PropSwap is the only place to lock in the profit. So go choose 10 futures bets and list them for sale on PropSwap to the thousands of buyers looking to get in on the action. Football is just about here, and the time is now to join PropSwap. The fall season of prop swapping has begun. So join them and list your long shots today on PropSwap by going to PropSwap.com or download the PropSwap app. PropSwap, where America buys and sells sports bets.
Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
Oh, I like that. Yeah, me too.
WENJ HD Millville, Atlantic City. A town square media station serving all of South Jersey. This is 97.3 ESPN. 97.3 ESPN presents the Sports Bash with Mike Gill. It's time for Football at 4 with 97.3 ESPN.com's Andrew DeCecco.
My first allegiance is what will be best for the Philadelphia Eagles and our fans for the next 3, 4, 5 years.
Powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. Now, live from inside the Matt Black Kia Studios. It's Football at 4.
Football at 4 powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. Josh Hennig here filling in for Mike Gill on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. We are waiting for the official release of the Eagles' 53-man roster as they've been cutting guys throughout the afternoon. We're trying to keep you updated on all the movement, and of course, we'll be joined shortly by Andrew DeCecco. Of course, Football at 4 powered by the Inside the Birds podcast here on 97.3 ESPN as the Eagles. Now is the time. Now they have to get down to the 53-man roster. And joining us right now on the phone line, Andrew DeCecco, InsideTheBirds.com at DeCecco NFL. Andrew, how you doing today?
I'm doing okay. Pretty busy day monitoring these cut downs, so I'm just kind of waiting for them to trickle through.
Well, before we get the official roster, which we are waiting for, I want to ask you about some of the cuts so far. You know, I had asked you, Adam, and Jeff 2 weeks ago if Travis Fulgham was going to make this team, because I was getting wondering if he was going to make the team, and it looks like it's a done deal. He is done in Philadelphia.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's no surprise to me. I wrote about him being on the roster bubble. I guess it was a little bit after the final preseason game, knowing that it was going to be between him and likely J.J. Arcega-Whiteside for that final job. Travis Fulgham has performed well in games, and JJ has yet to do that. But I mean, both players are young, and you have a wide receiver centric coaching staff that I thought might want to give them an extended look this year and see if they can unlock their potential. I think there might still be something there with JJ, and we'll just have to see how it plays out. Obviously, Travis is no longer with the team, and I'm sure the team hopes that they can get him on to the practice squad.
What does it say about Fulgham that you brought in all these guys who are supposed to be these wide receiver gurus, and none of them could quote unquote fix him?
Well, I think that you need to look at. Hold on, the roster just came through. I think you need to look at I think when teams started to learn how to. Sorry, man, I'm just keeping up with the roster transactions here.
Totally
I think when you look at what he's been doing what he did over the past 4 weeks, and he wasn't able to carry it over, was that was that sort of an aberration, or was that really something? Was that really what he's able to become with more polish, and once teams learn how to defend teams or go approach teams when they learn how to defend you? I think that he sort of struggled when teams started to figured out how to defend him, and I don't know that he ever really bounced back from that. Obviously, Alshon Jeffrey's resurgence or return to the lineup factored in, and he just wasn't able to overcome that. And then he had a clean slate this season, this training camp, and wasn't really able to put together a consistent training camp, consistent enough to warrant a roster spot. Just following along with the cuts all day long. There's more talented receivers out there that just hit the waiver wire, so they'll have an opportunity to bolster that should they opt to go that route.
Well, let's get to some of these initial roster moves as I'm seeing them come in here. It looks like, if I'm reading this correctly, if I count correctly, it looks like 10 offensive linemen make this team. Among them, Brett Toth and Andre Dillard. I got to say, Andrew, I'm actually glad Toth made the roster because I thought he actually did a good job in the preseason. It seems like the Eagles are intent on seeing if Dillard can be the backup left tackle this season.
Yeah, I mean, Dillard's flashed a little bit against the Jets, and you would hope so. He's going against, deep reserves for the Jets, and he's a former first-round pick. But he did show some flashes, and you wanted to see him out there to build some confidence and carry that momentum into the regular season. I didn't think that he was ever going to have any significant suitors leading up to the 4:00 deadline. However, depending on what they like, how much they like Brett Toth, and I thought that Brett Toth deserved to make the roster, and it was very telling when they used him at guard against the Jets to get him that versatility and sort of be able to, see what he's able to really do. And I thought that, we'll see what happens with Andre Dillard around the trade deadline, depending on how confident they are in Brett Toth. And I mean, it's good to see that growth from Andre Dillard, but we need to see that now carry over into the regular season, and he needs to be available and step up when if his number is called this year, because he will be the backup behind Jordan Mailata.
Over at tight end, the Eagles have 4 tight ends. One of them is not Richard Rodgers. It's Goddard, it's Ertz, it's Tyree Jackson, it's Jack Stoll. I'm assuming, Andrew, that Tyree Jackson is here so they can get him onto the IR because he has to make the roster, then put him on the IR, from what I understand, from what Mosher and Kaplan said on Inside the Birds podcast. A little risky letting Rodgers walk because another team could probably try to swoop in and get him.
Not necessarily risky, because he's someone that he was around all summer long, or he was before training camp, and teams weren't necessarily vying for his services. And it's one of those deals where if they were to try to bring him back after week 1, because he is a vested veteran and his salary would be fully guaranteed if he made the initial, if he made the 53-man roster outright. I think that if they really wanted to bring him back after week 1, I have a strong feeling that he would be available. But now that there's teams like the Vikings who just lost Irv Smith, I'm not exactly sure about the amount of time that he's going to be out. And of course the Saints with Adam Troutman. So, I mean, it'll be interesting to see how it goes, but I think Richard Rodgers would still be out there if they wanted to bring him back. So I think it'd be much more of a risk to try and sneak Tyree Jackson through waivers. I don't think that was ever a consideration because of what he's shown. Teams are willing to stash him on the back end of a roster as a developmental prospect. So, yeah, I mean, the Eagles have every intention to use Tyree Jackson this year, obviously, because that's why he's here. He's going to be out for, I believe, anywhere from 8 to 10 weeks with the injury, but just being able to practice with the team is going to work wonders for his development.
Football at 4, powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. Andrew DeCecco joining us. The Eagles have released their 53-man roster. We're going through the roster right now here on 97.3 ESPN. Now, Andrew, earlier today you reported about Marlon Tuipulotu making a team. Well, he is among the guys making it. Joining him is also a fellow draft pick from this year, Teron Jackson and Milton Williams. And it seems like the Eagles went for depth when it came to the defensive line with this roster.
Well, they also decided that they wanted to keep their young players. And you got guys like Hassan Ridgeway and T.Y. McGill who are going to be they're going to be available again, just much like Richard Rodgers if they want to bring him back, if they want to bring them back at a later time. But, I mean, these are young players that they wanted to sort of see it through. Maybe they didn't want to risk them exposing them to waivers, particularly for Teron Jackson, who I thought really came on strong at the latter portion of the preseason. Marlon Tuipulotu, there's some potential there. He didn't necessarily have the strongest summer, but I mean, there's many that felt that was the Eagles got extreme value there in the 6th round. Now, he does need to develop his play strength. He's got to get better against the run. I thought that there was a lot of interior alignment, particularly against the Steelers game, that really pushed him around a little bit. He needs to get stronger. I don't know that he's going to be a contributor right away. He's going to be buried on the depth chart. Wouldn't be surprised if the Eagles look to add a 4th defensive tackle like a Doug Costin, who was released by the Jacksonville Jaguars via waivers. So we're kind of that's a position to keep an eye on.
Eagles are going with 3 running backs. How surprising is that to you?
Very surprising. But, Jordan Howard is another player who is a veteran running back. He sort of had a career resurgence this summer. There weren't a lot of teams lining up to bring him into their camps. So he doesn't have a versatile skill set. He is a between the tackles runner that doesn't catch the football, isn't overly explosive. Guys like Jordan Howard are a dime a dozen. Yes, he is a good pass protecting running back. But again, if the Eagles want to go that route, they can bring him back. He's also eligible for the practice squad. So that's something that I don't foresee them having any issue getting him onto there. So they decided to go heavier in other areas. This was a very unique year for predicting the 53-man roster because there's so many things to consider, and they opted to go heavier elsewhere.
I'm just surprised because I really felt like because of Steichen and Sirianni's backgrounds and using different running backs for different roles, I just felt like Howard had a role in this offense. And that's why I'm surprised because of just who Sirianni and Steichen's backgrounds were.
Yeah, but let's not forget that I think Boston Scott can run between the tackles. I think Kenny can as well. I don't know if that's necessarily their forte, but they have that option. And like I said, with being the practice squad protections and the promotions and all the promotion that we saw last season, it wouldn't surprise me to see Jordan Howard elevated at some point this season to fulfill a role. But, do you really need to carry 4 running backs when I'm trying to rationalize their decision making? Do you really need to keep a one-dimensional running back on the active roster when you could safely stash him on the practice squad and call him up as needed and kind of add they prioritize the trenches as they always do. They kept Teron Jackson and Marlon Tuipulotu on, and it's kind of hard to argue that. That's been their logic, from many years now. So that's the way that they went.
And of course, we can confirm what we talked about earlier. The receivers, as many expected, were Devonta Smith, Quez Watkins, Jalen Reagor, J.J. Arcega-Whiteside, and Greg Ward. But Andrew, speak to the listeners out there who are throwing their arms in the air about J-Jaw making this team. In your mind, why did Arcega-Whiteside become the 5th receiver?
Well, I can certainly understand the sort of outcry for J-Jaw making the roster. He really has not shown in games that he can be an effective option. However, it ultimately came down to special teams. When you're looking at the 5th receiver on any team's depth chart, special teams prowess comes to the forefront. And I thought that J.J. Arcega-Whiteside was a stronger special teams performer than Travis Fulgham. And they're both of similar mold. They're both a big-bodied receiver. JJ's I think he's a year younger than Travis. That's why he's here. He's not here to take away snaps from a Quez Watkins or anything like that. He's here to fulfill a role and be a prominent fixture for Michael Clay's special teams unit. And again, this is the fluid 53-man roster. There's also that likelihood that he could be waived in a matter of hours in favor of somebody that they prefer. So these are things to keep in mind when you're sort of assessing the 53-man roster and digesting it right now.
Breaking down the 53-man roster, the first one of 2021 season with Andrew DeCecco at DeCecco NFL on Twitter. Here on Football at 4, powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. Check out all of Andrew's work over at InsideTheBirds.com. Let's jump over to linebacker. I think most people expected Singleton, Wilson, Edwards, and potentially Avery if he wasn't traded. But you're talking about a team now that's going with a very large group of linebackers. Does that say anything to you about their plans defensively? They kept so many guys?
Well, that was the hardest position to forecast because they have the Jonathan Gannon Sam linebacker role. Jannard Avery wasn't healthy. Patrick Johnson's a rookie. So there was a lot of things at play there, but I think that ultimately they went with the upside, and they have certain roles for these guys. Davion Taylor was always going to make the team, but he's been hurt. He was week to week with an injury, so I think that they were going to go a little heavier there. They went with 7, and I initially thought they were going to go with 6 because of just the uncertainty there, and I also think that they could possibly look to the waiver wire to bolster that unit. But you have to. Sean Bradley is a strong special teams player, has the opportunity to potentially earn the captain designation in the third phase. I thought he was pretty active this preseason, very fundamentally sound player. What he lacks for athleticism, he more than makes up for with astute, football IQ and tenacity and instinctiveness. So I didn't think that his spot was really in jeopardy. But again, I would keep an eye on the waiver wire in case they tend to see a guy who they like better as far as that Sam linebacker role that could be that pass rusher off the edge in his system. There's a number of guys that got released today that sort of fit the bill for that. So that's something to monitor.
Yeah, I really thought that Bradley and Johnson, between what we heard coming out of joint practices and then in the preseason games, really earned themselves spots. And I thought both of them showed the aptitude to do whatever they're being asked of them, whether it's on defense or on special teams.
Yeah, no, I totally agree with that.
Andrew DeCecco joining us here, Football at 4, powered by the Inside the Birds podcast, going through the Eagles' first 53-man roster of the 2021 NFL season. Andrew, the position I've been asking throughout the day was, what do they do in the secondary? Because I was wondering, with the activation of Rodney McLeod, what do they do? And then they released Andrew Adams. They moved on from Elijah Riley. So it seems like that they went with a more balanced secondary and not too heavy at corner or too heavy at safety.
Yeah, I think that's very telling and where Rodney McLeod is in his progress. Week 1's not out of the realm of possibility. And, 4 safeties was a little light in my opinion, but obviously he's a little bit further along than anticipated. So I'm interested to see if he lines up opposite Anthony Harris in week 1. But if not, you have Marcus Epps, who's going to be there. Kayvon Wallace also was dealing with a nagging injury. Obviously, it wasn't that substantial because, they opted to go with 4 safeties there. Elijah Riley is a player that I think that they're going to try and get to the practice squad. Was injured and did not play in the final preseason game against the Jets. Hurt himself during the joint practice with the Jets. And I think that he's another player, much like last season, that he was elevated for a couple of games. He's another player that I think could be promoted at some point. They lack for that special teams maven. Craig James is no longer there. Elijah Riley was a core special teams player this summer. Andrew Adams is somebody who I think that they may opt to bring back after week 1, being that he's a vested veteran. But they really need to have that core special teams player there. So Andrew Adams and Elijah Riley are 2 guys that I think can sort of balance that out week, depending on the week.
What does it say to you that they kept Josiah Scott? Anything at all about the defense?
Yeah, I mean, like I've said on the show a few different times, that Josiah Scott, the fact that he does offer inside-outside versatility, but he is only 5'8", so he's going to be predominantly a nickel corner, right? And I think the fact that he can play inside allows Jonathan Gannon to, and I'm just trying to sort of rationalize the decision here, allows Avonte Maddox to sort of roam the secondary, and he can utilize him in a number of different ways and provide different looks. So I think that, yeah, he is a little bit limited in terms of what he can do, but he had a strong summer, willing tackler, always around the football, instinctive, and they did give up a draft pick to bring him in. So I think that he'll have a role on this team, obviously, with them carrying 5 corners, and I think that you're going to see some time in the secondary in the nickel while they choose to deploy Avonte Maddox in a number of ways.
Now, among the moves they made today that are more so, transactional moves as they're listed here, they placed Blake Countess on the reserve injured list and T.Y. McGill on the reserve COVID list. Does those moves say anything to you about potentially what the Eagles' plans are with those guys at all?
You said McGill and who?
T.Y. McGill is on the reserve COVID list, and Blake Countess is on the reserve injured list.
Yeah, Blake Countess is, I consider him to be a long shot, as it were. He played a lot against the Jets. Obviously, they didn't have Elijah Riley, and it was really Blake Countess and Graylin Arnold that saw the majority of the reps there. I do think that I think T.Y. McGill may eventually factor into their plans. In fact, I thought that he was another guy that you could look at after week 1, and they can provide some depth there, because remember, Milton Williams can also slide over and play some defensive end. So it behooves the Eagles, I think, to go a little heavier at defensive tackle. Also knowing that Marlon Tuipulotu might not be necessarily ready to step in, or he's not ready to step in and assume a prominent role on defense right now. I anticipate this being somewhat of a redshirt season for him. They may have gotten some information that there's teams vying for his services, or whatever it is that they want to keep him in-house and continue to develop his skill set, and they see some promise there.
Who is, or what is the position group that if the Eagles address from all the cuts that have already happened today from other teams, what is the position or positions you think they should focus on to try to bring into this team?
Cornerback, Jimmy Moreland was released from Washington this morning. That was a surprise for me. He's a inside-outside corner, really thrives in the slot, 5'11". He's 26 years old, very physical player, good ball skills, doesn't back down from a single challenge, can defend any receiver out there. He's not short of bravado. I think he'd be a good addition to that locker room. And then Doug Costin, the defensive tackle, who is a Westchester, PA native, so he's out by my neck of the woods, and played in 12 games, 9 starts last season for Jacksonville, played in 41% of their snaps, 32 tackles. He's a player that has experience. He's a little bit on the lighter side. He's sub 300 pounds, but he's quick and wins with leverage, and I think he's someone that makes a ton of sense to add as a 4th defensive tackle. If you're looking to add a young player with experience, I mean, there's a lot of upside with bringing someone like that in. Also, linebacker, you might want to look to find a linebacker with a pass rush acumen that's not as green as a Patrick Johnson, perhaps. Jernard Avery was someone who I think that they really like, but he struggled to really stay healthy. So you don't really know what his immediate future is with the team, or what it's really going to look like. But so I think that they should kind of invigorate that unit by adding another maybe accomplished pass rusher like a Porter Gustin or Derek Tuska, who's released from the Denver Broncos. Those are a couple positions that I would look at there, and also the final wide receiver spot could be upgraded potentially by a player that they think needs a fresh start and could also contribute maybe as a gunner, because they lost Craig James, and maybe be a third phase standout.
And Andrew, one more before I let you go. Andrew Sheko joining us here, Football at 4, powered by the Inside the Birds podcast, InsideTheBirds.com. I didn't get a chance to talk to you since the Eagles acquired Gardner Minshew. What were your thoughts on that deal?
Oh, it's a high upside deal. I mean, it really didn't give up much to add. He was going to be, I think he's 25 years old, but when Joe Flacco moves on next season, you have a cost-effective quarterback to back up Jalen Hurts if everything goes as anticipated. He's someone who's won games in this league. He has a lot of experience, so I think already looking ahead to have that position solidified next season is an astute move by Howie Roseman and a very high upside move. I mean, you have to applaud him on that.
Give him a follow on Twitter at @DeCecco NFL. Check out all of his work over at InsideTheBirds.com. I'm sure that, Andrew, you're going to be feverishly writing over the next several days as the Eagles continue to formulate this roster over the next week plus to get ready for the regular season. And Andrew will be back with us on Friday's show here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. Andrew, please appreciate your insights and commenting on this in real time. I know it's not easy to do something like this on a day like today.
It was a little challenging, but thanks for bearing with me. And yeah, we're going to see what it looks like. It's going to look a lot different. It could potentially look a lot different in the coming hours. So yeah, man, we'll kind of ride the wave and see what happens.
Absolutely. Take care of yourself, Andrew.
You too, Josh.
Josh Hennig here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN, and of course, Football at 4, being brought to you by Caesars Entertainment, Atlantic City Resorts. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. And Andrew will be back on Friday's edition of the show. And of course, tomorrow we'll get more details on all of this because there could be a lot of changes in just the next 24 hours. You know, a lot of cuts, a lot of moves were made. Again, I'm surprised Jordan Howard isn't here. I'm also surprised that the Eagles went so heavy at linebacker. I really thought that linebacker was going to be a position that was sacrificed because of the guys in the secondary. But apparently the Eagles said, look, we're not going to go and sacrifice the secondary. So we're not going to sacrifice the linebackers for the secondary. You go 7 linebackers and 4 safeties. I really thought they were going to go 5 safeties, but apparently Riley and Adams both didn't make the team. To me, I thought that Adams and Riley were basically duplicitous at this point. There were 2 guys who were basically the same player, but they decided to go heavy on the linebacker, which makes you wonder, is this team going to be using a lot of formations and a lot of pass rushers off the edge? Because basically in that same linebacker position, as Andrew was talking about, Jannard Avery, Patrick Johnson, those are 2 guys who can be blitzers in different formations. So you went with 5 cornerbacks. I'm assuming that they think that Avonte Maddox can be an emergency safety and Josiah Scott could be the slot corner when he can't go out there. And then Zach McPherson is going to be one of the primary backup outside corners. I personally would have kept someone like Seymour just because he can play outside corner, but apparently they are comfortable with going with really what is considered only 3 outside corners, Slay, McPherson, and Nelson, and then Maddox be the emergency guy. But again, this roster can change. This is not the end of the roster. They could make moves. Look, there are a lot of guys who've been cut. I've been trying to, weed through the cuts as they've been coming in, but there's a lot to work through. So they could possibly be holding on to this roster, waiting for someone else to get cut. A guy who was cut today that's surprising on another team, Jalen Samuels of the Steelers. He's a guy that can do a little bit of everything, and you have to think that the Steelers, because they have Benny Snell and McFarland and Harris, they considered Samuels expendable. Well, does a team like the Eagles look at Samuels and say he does actually even more things than a guy like Boston Scott does? We'll bring him in. It's something to look an eye on. There's going to be some moves to this roster. I wouldn't be surprised if some of the guys that they cut make the practice squad. We're going to go through the list of guys that they released and cut. I'm going to highlight some of the names that I think could end up on the practice squad for the Philadelphia Eagles, who got down to 53 at 4 o'clock. We'll keep you updated throughout the show on the Eagles, as well as the Ben Simmons developing situation. Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill on the Sports Bash 4 o'clock hour, being brought to you by PropSwap, America's sports betting marketplace. Sell your sports bet, take your profit. Find out how at PropSwap.com or by downloading the PropSwap app today. Let's get your text messages as well, 609-403-0973. You can also DM the show, priority messaging, through the 973 ESPN mobile app. It's free, thanks to First Bank of Seattle City. And we are live, as always, on YouTube and Twitter. We got a bunch of messages to get to on the other side. We'll hear from you guys coming up at all the platforms. I'm Josh Hennig, filling for Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN.
This is the radio home for Philadelphia Eagles football. The Eagles open the 2021 season next Sunday in Atlanta against the Falcons.
Flying back. Here comes the rush. He's hit. They've got him back at the 35.
Pre-game coverage begins at noon. Merrill and Mike call all the action starting at 1. This is where the Eagles play. 97.3 ESPN, South Jersey's Eagles station.
It's back to school, and at Matt Blatt Kia, our math is easy. Put 0 down, make 0 payments for 90 days, or pay 0% financing for 60 months on every new 2022 Kia Stinger and Sportage in stock. Plus, we need your trade. We'll even buy it for cash, even if you don't buy a Kia from us. Used car values are at an all-time high. Your car may be worth more than you think. Worried about your credit? Forget it. We finance your future, not your past. All new 2021 Kia Niro EXEV with 0 due at signing and 0 security deposit. Lease just $275 per month. It's basic math. 0 down, 0 payments, or 0 interest for 60 months.
Gotta be a Matt Blatt Kia.
Offers with approved Tier 1 and 2 credit through Kia Motors Finance. Not all will qualify. 0% based on 1667 per 1,000 borrowed. Negative equity financed into new loan. Niro 36-month lease, 10,000 miles per year. Excludes taxes, title, license, and dock fee. Offers don't combine. Call 877-289-6670 or go to mattblattkianj.com for complete details. Expires 9/6/2021. Matt Blatt Kia, 6211 Black Horse Pike, Egg Harbor Township, and now on Route 37 in Toms River.
Now, back to the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN.
Josh Hennig back here on the Sports Bash, 97.3 ESPN FM, 97.3 ESPN mobile app, free thanks to First Bank of Seattle City. And we are live on YouTube and Twitter. Just follow at 973 ESPN. We have a plethora of messages to get to. Obviously, we spent the last segment reviewing the specifics of the 53-man roster. I'll get you some of my thoughts on who actually makes a practice squad from the guys who are released and cut, and get you any latest updates around the NFL as news is just flying in left and right. Also, we've been reacting to the Keith Pompey report about Ben Simmons telling the Sixers he wants out of town. So we are going to get to all your thoughts on all of these fronts. Of course, the text board 609-403-0973. Priority messaging through the 973 ESPN mobile app. Download it for free from the Google Play Store or Apple Store so you can direct message the Sports Bash with Mike Gill, Game Night with Josh Hennig. Also, you get all the latest news, updates, and analysis on the Eagles, Phillies, Sixers, Flyers, as well as high school sports in South Jersey, all through the 97.3 ESPN mobile app. Download it for free. Thanks to First Bank of Seattle City. And as always, we are live on YouTube and Twitter. All right, I got a lot of messages to get to kind of weed through here. All right. I ask all of you just be a little patient with me because I see that a lot of you have a lot of things to say about a lot of different topics. The Ben Simmons stuff is really popping off right now. So I am going to get to the Ben Simmons stuff here as well. For those who didn't hear the news earlier, about an hour ago, Keith Pompey came down to report that from the Philadelphia Inquirer, sources are telling the Philadelphia Inquirer that there was a meeting in Los Angeles last week. Ben Simmons told co-managing partner Josh Harris, president of basketball operations Daryl Morey, general manager Elton Brand, and head coach Doc Rivers that he no longer wants to remain a Sixer, according to multiple reports. Sources said the three-time All-Star does not intend to report the training camp. Sixers team spokesman denied comment, and there is no comment at this time from Ben Simmons' people. So again, another report about Ben Simmons basically coming out and saying yes or no about any of these reports. So if you're not denying it, you're basically saying it's true. Right? So keep that in mind as well. Couple other things to get to. By the way, Nick Sirianni just told the media that that Jalen Hurts is the starting quarterback, and how he made a joke at the press conference when asked about Gardner Minshew about the quarterback factory comment from before. So I guess you could say it's a good thing that Howie can make fun of himself. And here's the quote from Nick Sirianni. Nobody else has gotten reps with the ones. Jalen's our starter. I consistently saw a player who got better every day. So the Eagles finally officially name Jalen Hurts the starter. So interesting thing to keep an eye on that, because if the video I'm trying to keep track of in front of me is it's Howie and Nick Sirianni at the podium. And that they told the media that the reason why they chose J.J. Arcega-Whiteside over Fulgham and Hightower is because of special teams, the big factor. That is the separator for these players. So that gives you an idea of why on that front. All right, let's get to some of your messages. As I promised you guys, a ton of messages that came in. Dan from EHT says, Sixers should trade Doc too. He loves Simmons. Let them go together. See, and again, this is an example of, as I said about 40 minutes ago, I think some of you guys out there are getting your information from very weird sources. I have never heard or read anywhere that Doc Rivers loves Ben Simmons. Did Doc Rivers go over the top in his defense of Ben Simmons? Yes. Did Doc Rivers go out of his way to try to keep Ben Simmons in a good place last year? Yes. But Doc Rivers even said after the season, the moments after the season ended, he wasn't sure about Ben Simmons. All right? I don't think Doc Rivers loves Ben Simmons. I think Doc Rivers tries to make the best of every situation. Whether he was in Orlando getting a team with a ton of injured star power into the postseason, whether it was the Celtics managing the big three plus Rondo up there in Boston, whether it was in Los Angeles with not one, not two, not three, but 4 different versions of a roster he was coaching over the years, or whether in Philadelphia. I think Doc Rivers does his best to manage the players, take the bullets on him, and not air dirty laundry out in public. So I think this perception that Doc loved Ben Simmons it's very exaggerated. Okay? That's what I'll say about that. I think that this attitude that, like I said, be careful who you're getting your information from. Okay? Be very careful. Because, as I've told you guys before, my 2 days off I had recently, I noticed there's a lot of strange information out there. When you take your time and you start consuming content from people who are not reporting news and people who are just giving what I consider vomit opinions, they're putting weird stuff out there. So be careful where you're getting your information from. All right? Get another message in here on the text board. Come in 609-403-0973. Texter says, we should not put Ben Simmons in a position to succeed with how he's acting. I mean, listen, you got to trade him somewhere. And I don't think the Sixers are rewarding him for anything. Texter goes on to say, why are you under the impression that just because it's now being reported that Ben hasn't already told the Sixers he's intending not to come to camp, this is probably old news. The Sixers organization knew that they were just waiting. We're just finding out now. I think you misheard me, okay? Let's backtrack to the last hour. When I mentioned the Keith Pompey report, I also mentioned that a month earlier, Kendrick Perkins said the same thing. The reason I'm saying that there's a value to this reporting is the same thing I said yesterday. When you have credible people who are public figures as media reporters making reports, it gives weight to things. Personally, I don't care when the Sixers knew. All right? The reality is that we are finding out about it now. And in the report, it says Ben and the Sixers, all right, met last week. So I am going off of reporting. I am going off of tangible information. Kendrick Perkins obviously knew something, okay? He's got inside connections to Clutch Sports and Rich Paul's camp, okay? Because of the people he's been around. Obviously, Keith Pompey and the Philadelphia Inquirer, multiple people are reporting on this at the Inquirer. To me, it doesn't matter if the Sixers already knew. What matters is that I have to be the disseminator of information for you guys out there. The Sixers are looking for a certain return for Ben Simmons. And I think that return gets thrown out the window now because of the reality that Ben Simmons is forcing them or at least trying to force them to trade him. The Sixers are not stuck with him. There are numerous teams that want Ben Simmons. Again, let's go by the reporting and the actual factual information out there. Shams just reported yesterday that the Timberwolves and the Raptors have made calls about Ben Simmons, along with several other teams. There are other reports out there who have pointed to the Timberwolves. There are other reports that they're talking about the Warriors multiple times. The Cavs apparently made an offer, according to reports. Even the Denver Nuggets have made calls. Teams are calling. The Sixers are going to trade Ben Simmons. It's not a matter of if, but when. So, whatever the timing of all this, I can't sweat over that. I'm going to go off of facts and information. And I understand that Kyle on YouTube keeps talking about the Lakers. Until you can point to reporting, facts and information, and not on subjective opinions, that's what I run with. If you ask my opinion, that's one thing. But when it comes to facts and information, I am not going to be a schmuck and use my microphone like some people in my business do to vomit disinformation because they have agendas. I am not going to do that. I understand that are some people out there who like to do that, especially on the national media level. And those are the people who are very often wrong about a lot of things. So if you want to believe people who are wrong about a lot of things out there, and that's who you want to disseminate information from, then that's on you. But when it comes to me and Mike Gill on this station and over at 97.3 ESPN.com and the 97.3 ESPN mobile app, we are going to give you facts and information first, and then we're going to give you our opinions about it. And at the end of the day, my opinion is the Sixers will be better off without Ben Simmons in the long run. My opinion is that this is going to be a 3 or 4 team trade to make this work, because I don't see a reality in terms of the contractual numbers that this can be a 1-for-1 deal. So, as I am looking at all of this, that's what I see. Now, you guys are entitled to your opinion. You're entitled to take the perspective that you want. But when we're talking about facts and information, you can't argue reality. We can have our opinions, but let's remember to differentiate between factual reporting and some dude on the internet or on a national media platform vomiting stuff at you. Josh Hennig here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN, filling in for Mike Gill. Sports Bash being brought to you by Matt Black Kia. Matt Black Kia, they want to get you approved today. It's Matt Black Kia on the Black Horse Bike in Egg Harbor Township. Visit them online at mattblackkia.com. Still to come, Tuesday with Pete Thompson. Pete will have a lot to say about a lot of different topics. Obviously, the Eagles' first 53-man roster drops today. Also, Rob Motti, Associated Press NFL writer, will join us, get a perspective on the entire NFL along with the Eagles, as every team had to hit the 53-man today. And, of course, we will continue to get your guys' thoughts and comments as well. Text board is 609-403-0973. Also, you can direct message the show through the 97.3 ESPN mobile app. Priority messages come through the app. Thanks to First Bank of Seattle City. It is free on the Google Play Store and on Apple App Store. And, of course, we are live on YouTube and Twitter. Just follow at 973 ESPN. I'm Josh Hennig, filling in for Mike Gill on The Bash.
Turn it on.
Leave it on. The Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN.
Football is right around the corner. Get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. With the NFL returning, DraftKings is giving new customers $200 in free bets in
Hey guys, it's Mike Gill. Football season is about to kick off, and that means it's time to list your football future bets on PropSwap. Did you know before the season started last year, the Buccaneers were 60-1 to win it all? Now that's a futures bet. You just never know what can happen. Sports bettors cash in early and often when they list long shots on PropSwap. The average monthly seller makes $500 a month on PropSwap just posting and selling tickets. There's so many great choices to consider. Who wins the Heisman Trophy, the College Football Championship, the Pro Football Championship. Every season, long shots become winners, and PropSwap is the only place to lock in the profit. So go choose 10 futures bets and list them for sale on PropSwap to the thousands of buyers looking to get in on the action. Football is just about here, and the time is now to join PropSwap. The fall season of prop swapping has begun. So join them and list your long shots today on PropSwap by going to PropSwap.com or download the PropSwap app. PropSwap, where America buys and sells sports bets.
You can watch the Sports Bash live now on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter. Search 97.3 ESPN or visit our website, 97.3ESPN.com.
Josh Hennig wrapping up the 4 o'clock hour on the Sports Bash here on 97.3 ESPN FM, the 97.3 ESPN mobile app. We are live as always on YouTube and Twitter. I promise I get to which of the Eagles cuts I think we're going to make the practice squads. Let's get to that here before we get to Pete Thompson coming up in about 8 minutes from now here on for a Tuesday with Thompson on 97.3 ESPN. So I'm going to run down, first of all, so these are the guys who were released. These are guys who are not going through waivers. Andrew Adams, LaRaven Clark, Jordan Howard, Hassan Ridgeway, Richard Rodgers, Kevon Seymour. I think Seymour ends up on the practice squad. I personally believe, this is not reporting, this is just my theory. I think there's too many injuries to tight ends around the league, and someone's going to try to steal Richard Rodgers from the Eagles. I don't know what happens with Andrew Adams. There's a possibility he could maybe swing back around. I think LaRaven Clark might be, I don't know what happens with him. I'm actually a little surprised that he even got released in the first place. But part of that's because I thought Dillard was going to get traded. So Dillard not getting traded changed my own personal 53-man projection a little bit. Here are the players who were waived. Graylin Arnold, Coyote Awuska, Awisika. I'm completely botching his name. That was not a name I prepared to actually pronounce today. It's a bad job by me. Travis Fulgham, John Hightower, Jason Huntley, Michael Jaquette, Craig James, Matt Leo, Sue Opeta, Andre Patton, Rosh Pershbacher, Elijah Riley, Jacoby Stevens, Raquan Williams. The guys I think end up on the practice squad from those guys. I think Stevens ends up on the practice squad. I think Elijah Riley does. I think Opeta does. I think Matt Leo does. I think Jaquette does. I think Hightower does. I think the rest of them either get picked up by other teams or they just end up staying on the free agent wire. And then, as we mentioned earlier, Blake Count is going to end up an injured reserve. So he'll be out for an indefinite amount of time. And then T.Y. McGill, he's on the COVID list. I'm almost wondering if when he's done the COVID list, they revert him back to the 53 and someone is currently on the 53 gets dropped. Maybe that's where Marlon Tuipulotu, he gets cut. Because think about it. He didn't have a great preseason. And I gotta have to wonder, Tuipulotu is a guy that he didn't have a great preseason. I'm wondering if T.Y. McGill is on the injured reserve, and then he'll revert back to the roster, and then they'll cut Tuipulotu, and then he'll end up on the practice squad. So just some thoughts on the Eagles guys who were released. We'll get more into the Eagles, Ben Simmons, Phillies, and more. Pete Thompson next on the Bash.
Hey guys, it's Mike Gill. Football season is about to kick off, and that means it's time to list your football future bets on PropSwap. Did you know before the season started last year, the Buccaneers were 60-1 to win it all? Now that's a futures bet. You just never know what can happen. Sports bettors cash in early and often when they list long shots on PropSwap. The average monthly seller makes $500 a month on PropSwap just posting and selling tickets. There's so many great choices to consider. Who wins the Heisman Trophy, the College Football Championship, the Pro Football Championship. Every season, long shots become winners, and PropSwap is the only place to lock in the profit. So go choose 10 futures bets and list them for sale on PropSwap to the thousands of buyers looking to get in on the action. Football is just about here, and the time is now to join PropSwap. The fall season of prop swapping has begun. So join them and list your long shots today on PropSwap by going to PropSwap.com or download the PropSwap app. PropSwap, where America buys and sells sports bets.
It's back to school, and at Matt Blatt Kia, our math is easy. Put zero down, make zero payments for 90 days, or pay 0% financing for 60 months on every new 2022 Kia Stinger and Sportage in stock. Plus, we need your trade. We'll even buy it for cash, even if you don't buy a Kia from us. Used car values are at an all-time high. Your car may be worth more than you think. Worried about your credit? Forget it. We finance your future, not your past. All new 2021 Kia Niro EXEV with zero down signing and zero security deposit. Lease just $275 per month. It's basic math. Zero down, zero payments, or zero interest for 60 months.
Gotta be a Matt Blatt Kia.
Offers with approved Tier 1 and 2 credit through Kia Motors Finance. Not all will qualify. 0% based on 1667 per 1,000 borrowed. Negative equity financed into new loan. Niro 36-month lease, 10,000 miles per year. Excludes taxes, title, license, and dock fee. Offers don't combine. Call 877-289-6670 or go to mattblattkianj.com for complete details. Expires 9/6/2021.
Matt Blatt Kia, 6211 Black Horse Pike, Egg Harbor Township.
And now on Route 37 in Toms River.
Eagles,
Touchdown!
Sixers,
It's good!
and Flyers.
Oh, big save by Carter Hart.
97.3 ESPN, WENJ, WENJ HD, Millville, Atlantic City, a Town Square media station.
Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill. 5 o'clock hour of the Bash, 97.3 ESPN FM, the 97.3 ESPN mobile app. We are live as always on YouTube and Twitter at 973 ESPN. Sports Bash being brought to you by Indeed. Indeed helps you hire great people. Indeed delivers 4 times more hires than all other job sites combined, according to Talent Nest. Visit Indeed.com/credit. Indeed.com/credit for more details. As promised, he joins us every Tuesday on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. The one, the only, Pete Thompson joins us with a lovely Eagles hat. And of course, as predictable as Pete Thompson is, wearing a ShopRite LPGA shirt as well. Pete, how you doing today?
I'm doing well. It was media day yesterday, so I mean, this isn't a new shirt. This is actually an old shirt. But
oh no, I didn't say it was new. I'm just saying it's predictable because you were there yesterday and you're playing the audio from your interviews on Sunday.
That's
that
correct.
I fully expected a ShopRite LPGA shirt to be worn by the PT.
My favorite part about this shirt is that I was wearing a different color yesterday, but they did give out a shirt to the media, you know, when we were all there. And there is someone we work with, you know, there's a guy that we work with who's very prominent position at the station. And his name is not Mike Gill. And, but there might be an M as his first initial. I saw him yesterday at the station because I had to come in and record a promo for the ShopRite LPGA Classic. So I see this gentleman, you know, the high position of power gentleman. He sees my shirt, and instead of hello, hey, how are you? The first thing is, hey, where'd you get that shirt? I want that color. How'd you get that color? That's an amazing color, you know, because it was like a nice green that I had instead of the maroon, you know. Now, meanwhile, I loved the maroon shirt they handed out, but boy, I could keep talking here. Josh, I have to tell you, full disclosure, it's 5:03 on the last day of August. Yeah, I can't get out of my own way right now. I mean, it's one of those things where I'm trying to write my weekly column for Shore Local, and Ben Simmons says that he wants to leave and he's not going to report to training camp. The Eagles cuts come out, and you know, how do you address the Eagles cuts when you only get a limited amount of print space, right? I mean, this isn't a
sure.
Right. So each time I was hammering away, and then I'm thinking like, good Lord, like I got to go get the microphone. I got to get like headphones. I got to be ready for Josh. I got to go on here. But it's just a little bizarre to me. Not bizarre. It's just a little like two things merging at once. You know, the weekly column is you have to sort of summarize everything. And then basically what I'm trying to tell you is breaking news is happening left and right all over the place. And I'm flustered.
Well, maybe this segment can help you piece it all together. How about that?
Well, why don't we agree? We'll walk through it together, and we'll make a sense of it as best we can together.
All right, that sounds very fair because I honestly need a rational person to talk to because I've been getting some very irrational responses. Because Pete, I realized something recently. So, as you are aware, I took 2 personal days off recently in the last 10 days,
and that never happens,
right? But what I found out by taking these days off is that I figured out where some of the crazy, zany things people think come from. And it's from some of these people online and in the national media who all they do is vomit, okay? Mm-hmm. Everything comes out of their mouth, they just vomit. And people are taking these people as if they're truth speakers. So, as I explained to the audience earlier, I go off of reports, information,
and verified too. Like you're looking for a blue check on Twitter.
Correct.
You're going to the people that you go to. For example, Keith Pompey, who broke the news about Ben here locally.
Also Shams Charania yesterday in The Athletic. That full piece he wrote in The Athletic. You know, Woj a month ago. You know, when it comes to the Ben Simmons stuff, I don't give credibility to anybody who doesn't have a reporting background Now, I can comment on their opinion, but I can't treat the opinions like their reports. Like I feel like we have to differentiate the two.
Well, sadly, a lot of people just see what they see and run
Well,
with
Pete,
it.
I'm
And
not
go
a
crazy
follower.
with it. Yeah,
I'm not a follower. I don't follow everybody off the cliff. Okay.
Yep.
Now, listen, me not being a follower gets me in trouble sometimes because I'm so questioning of things that it gets me in trouble. But I'd rather be the guy that questions everything than be the guy who just believes everything.
Yeah, I would say that. I mean, and I look at it like this. I told you I was hammering away on my column, and I had things stacked in a certain order, and then I happened to look up at the thing, and I see a thing on the crawl or a thing on, like, I had the television on. I see something come by, and I'm like, well, gotta refigure that now. This moves here, this goes here, and I mean, it just. Let me see if I can give you, you don't have to wait until the damn thing gets on the newsstands. I believe I even tweeted it back out myself too, didn't I? I said, this guy stinks up the joint in the playoffs, and now he wants out. Simmons is fully aware that the Sixers can fine him for holding out and failing to show up for training camp. But, money's probably not going to be a factor. And if you fine him, then you strain any relationship you have with Rich Paul. And so then maybe how do you get Rich Paul players then in the thing? And that's why it just literally, makes me want to go, because it just, oh my God, dysfunctional. And that's just the Sixers.
Well, right. And before we get to the other stuff, I just want to finish up the Ben Simmons thing. So to me, Pete, the big thing is two things. One, the Shams report yesterday that said that there are several teams who have been calling about Ben Simmons. So we know that there's teams around the league that want him. It's just a matter of, are the Sixers going to get what they want? And I think today's report confirms that, Pete, you might not get what you want. You might just have to take the best offer and move on, because you can't go in the next season with a hole on your roster just because Ben Simmons is holding out.
Oh my gosh. And Pompey, I actually got the chance to hear Pompey on a media outlet, and he was on vacation. So much for your vacation, Keith. You're coming on, right? So I heard him say that, it was confirmed to him of what took place, but all that stuff took place 3 or 4 days ago or 5 days ago. The Sixers had, or Sixers representatives had flown out there. This is according to Pompey, and met with Paul and had figured out where they stood in the Ben Simmons situation. And because that's the thing. That's one of the things too. Are they talking? That he refuses to talk to them, or they've had no contact? Oh no, everything's fine. So if you've been hearing the last couple of days from Shams or now Keith or Woj or different people, that's because 5 days ago, slowly little things start to filter out of, oh, this is happening.
Right. And also the fact that, let's be realistic, the entire time, Pete, we've never heard a denial about any report from Simmons or his camp. Nothing out there has been said. So as far as I'm concerned, everything we're hearing is being confirmed by nobody denying anything.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think that speaks volumes. But listen, I've been really excited so far with the things that Daryl Morey has been able to do. Even initially when he came in, and I thought, how's he going to turn this, Zoo, garbage into gold, right? How's he going to do that?
Lemons in the lemonade, Pete.
Right. And but this is unprecedented. This is uncharted waters. How does he get value for Ben Simmons when everybody knows, and now Ben has basically come out and said, I'm not coming to training camp. You must move me.
Yeah, I just think this only confirms that the divorce needs to happen.
But you know what pisses me off more, Josh, is not only has Ben done that, but the reports are, or the scuttlebutt is, that Simmons was offended by Doc Rivers and what he said after that final loss, and that Simmons was offended. Are you kidding me? I'm offended by your play, dude. I'm offended by the fact that the entire time you were here, you never once improved your game in the areas that it needed to be improved. And you'd hear little hiccups of like, well, Brett Brown's going to have him shoot 1 3-pointer a game. Pretty soon that went in one ear and out the other. Well, he's going to play this position more. The guy just basically, I saw one person describe it as Ben Simmons conned Philadelphia for as long as he could and conned the league for as long as he could. And now the Sixers are paying for it.
Pete Thompson joins us for a Tuesday with Thompson on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. And of course, Pete, when he said banging away, I can imagine the person who usually sits in the seat saying, banging away, Pete Thompson, all right, so really quick. If Ben Simmons is not traded before the start of the season, how frustrated will Pete Thompson be?
I don't know how they don't. I mean, he's got to be traded. I really, once he comes out and says this, what are they going to do? What do? You keep a disgruntled employee on there that's not going to show up? Ben has enough money to just keep saying no, right? How do you not trade it? They're gonna have to trade him for less than what they want. That's basically the end of it. Then they're going to be the ones who have to then try to spin it and say, well, we got this, we really like this piece, and at the end of everybody knows that everybody, including Ben, everybody knows that they're not going to get what they want. They're not going to get fair market value on this, and it's just a shame. It's just another Philadelphia failure with PH in the failure, right? Philadelphia failure, PH failure.
By the way, can we address something that's a little off the beaten path here?
Sure.
So I've been having a back and forth with somebody who's listening to the show today.
Okay.
And we're not going to click on every single comment that Kyle has said today. But Kyle says, so Pete mentions Rich Paul, but we can't. Wow.
Oh.
Okay. The problem is, Kyle, okay, just because Pete Thompson's wearing a purple shirt does not mean that he is proclaiming that Ben Simmons is going to the Lakers. Okay.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Okay. Just because Rich Paul is also the BFF of LeBron James doesn't automatically mean that Ben is going to the Lakers, because there's been no reporting by anyone, including Pete Thompson, that Ben is going to La La Land.
Yeah, I don't even know if there's any gold. I'm not wearing a gold T-shirt either. It's just the purple is just the color. This could have been blue, or it could have been red, or it could have been maroon.
So, Kyle, I love the fact that you're engaging, and I love the fact that you're still listening. But just remember, just because we can make connections, have you ever heard of 10 degrees of Kevin Bacon, Pete?
6
degrees.
Yep.
There are ways you can make connections, and they don't mean anything, because at the end of the day, the money doesn't work. And also, why would the Lakers trade for Russell Westbrook if they wanted Ben Simmons?
There you go. Sounds good to me.
My opinion versus Kyle's opinion. It is what it is. Pete Thompson was not taking a side in any of this.
I'm not. I'm just playing along.
Pete Thompson is the least side taker on planet Earth.
Yep, I do just try to entertain.
All right, Pete, let's get to the Eagles. I got to be honest with you, I'm surprised by some of these roster decisions. But I think that Sirianni and Roseman explained it well when they specifically said that part of their decisions was about special teams and was about getting guys on the team that they didn't know if they could get through waivers. It seems like,
Very much so. Yeah. I mean, look, the headline to me is that Jordan Howard was a headline, that he's one of the running, you thought he was going to make the team, and they look very thin at running back. I mean, as I'm looking at this chart in front of me, Kenneth Gainwell, Miles Sanders, Boston Scott, and that's it. But the justification is, when you're going to try to keep linemen or extra linemen, you do end up in a situation where you can't keep everybody. And you're right. People that they thought they would lose if they exposed them to waivers. I mean, the other thing that was weird initially until I remembered was the tight end situation. Tyree Jackson, I think they have to keep, right. And so Jack Stoll, Tyree Jackson, Zach Ertz, Dallas Goedert, 4 tight ends. Okay. So, I mean, it's interesting to me of the people that made it and the people that didn't, and and then there's people that couldn't believe, for example, what Fulgham was cut, and
Fulgham and
Hightower, right? And why Arthega-Whiteside over Hightower? And that goes back to your point, which is special teams. JJ Arthega-Whiteside, I think, looked like an NFL special teams player, and he looked a little bit better in their joint practices, because we sure as heck didn't see much out of anybody doing anything in those what you call preseason games. So yeah, I think. Look, and I almost tipped my cap a little bit. I was listening before I came on with you to Howie and Nick Sirianni, and the first question, or one of the first questions right off the bat, was about quarterback, and Howie even said, "Oh yeah, quarterback. What's that other word I used with it? Starts with an F." And I'm thinking, like, geez, Howie, like, you can't act like you're mad that we continue to say quarterback factory, quarterback factory, quarterback factory, say that 3 times fast, and then just mock the media for using that as the term.
I mean, I kind of took it a little bit as Howie making fun of himself a little bit too. I think since Doug has left, Howie's become a little bit more loose, shall we call it, a little less uptight. Because I'm still convinced, Pete, and I don't know if you feel this way or not, but there's a part of me that wonders how much of what Howie does is because he's taking people's advice. Because Minshew is literally here, in my opinion, because Dave Caldwell is now in the Eagles organization and he drafted Minshew.
Yeah.
Like, are the Eagles trading for him, or are the Eagles signing Alshon Jeffrey if Joe Douglas didn't work with him in Chicago, or so on and so forth? Like, I feel like we overlook the fact that there are sometimes Howie says and does stuff because people are telling him to do things. And I kind of have to wonder, how often was Howie's hands tied? Because remember, Jeffrey Lurie won the collaboration between the head coach and the front office. How many things work out? Right. So how much of what was happening was because of Doug versus what was Howie really wanted?
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, there was a moment, because I was watching the press conference live on the television, and there was a moment where there was like a personnel question, but it's sort of like, and you could just see Nick Sirianni like turn and look at Howie like, you want to handle this one? And I don't remember in the last couple of years of his Eagles tenure, Doug ever really doing that. In fact, I don't remember Doug and Howie sitting down a lot either, per se, right? Didn't Doug would go at one point, and when he first got hired, Doug was sitting at the same table with all the brass, right? But as things went along a little bit, you think Doug wanted to sit? I mean, sure, if the brave faces, you got to sit with the GM, you sit with the GM. But in reality, I don't think Doug liked the moves that Howie was making, and I don't think Howie liked the fact that Doug didn't like Howie.
Well, the other thing is that, let's be realistic, Pete. How many times did Doug say to the media, "I love play calling. I'll never give up play calling. I do this because I get to call the plays." Like, I think Doug cared more about play calling and running his offense than he did about coaching the team. And I think Howie was trying to build the team, and Doug just wanted to sit in a dark room and draw plays up all day long. So there's a part of me that wonders, yeah, you won the Super Bowl, but how much of that was the players and how much of that was Doug?
Yeah, I mean, that's like the great mystery to me is, did they win the Super Bowl because especially even when NFL Films, and that's our guy, Dave Didinger, my buddy Dave Didinger, that was his guy that he was assigned to follow the whole game, was, I believe, Foles, and he caught it on a wireless mic of, "Hey, you want Philly?" And that was Nick's call, not Doug's call. So you're proclaiming Doug to be this genius play caller, and it was your quarterback that actually said, "Hey, how about that one we kept running? Yeah, that'd be good here."
Right, that would be good here.
That might work.
Pete, one more before I let you go, if you don't mind me asking you a Phillies question.
Not at all.
Phillies have won 4 straight, and they've scored 7 runs in 5 straight games. How surprised are you?
This is the same team, that couldn't put up runs against the Diamondbacks in Arizona, correct? They couldn't hit the ball. They couldn't put up any runs. So I had breakfast this morning, and I was telling the guy behind the counter, I said, "Are you kidding me? Lucky Sevens, 7 runs the last 5 games, right? And if the Brewers did it in '89, they went 7-6. It's look, whether they make the playoffs or not, if they make the playoffs or if they don't make the playoffs, even if they don't, if they make the playoffs, you could say it'll be because of Bryce Harper. If they don't make the playoffs, you can't blame Bryce Harper. Bryce Harper's been hot. Okay. And did you see what he's doing against? I mean, he's certainly obviously comfortable in our nation's capital. So, I don't know if they're going to make the playoffs or not. They're still in it. I feel like each week it's Jekyll and Hyde. You don't know what kind of outing you're going to get, but they're still in it. And to me, if they do make it, it's because of Bryce Harper. And if they don't make it, please don't blame him because he's been good. Potential MVP good.
MVP candidate. We'll give him that. How about that?
All right, candidate, sure. I didn't say front runner.
He's Pete Thompson at the PT973 on Twitter. And I believe we'll talk with you again on Friday.
Yes, and just so he knows that I haven't forgotten about it, Billy and I are going to be doing our pregame shows live at the Deauville Inn. That's a big announcement. So we made that announcement this past weekend, and I'm sure I'll talk to you more about it on Friday and as we get going. But every Eagles road game, so it's when there's a road game, we're going to be out there.
And I believe that's 9 road games, correct?
Yes, and I can see your gears turning, right? The season opener is a road game. Yes, that's in Atlanta. So we start this whole out with the public and mixing with the peeps on September 12th.
Yeah, I'll shoot you a text about some of that a little bit later, okay?
No problem. I didn't mean to, do behind the scenes business, but you're kind of hosting a show here, and clearly I've been discombobulated. The only thing I did right was I went to motor vehicles. I got my car inspected today. I pulled up at that thing and said, "Stop here, wait for attendant." And I was the first car there. The person waves me up. I get out of the thing. I walk the little line, don't be on your phone in the building, whatever. Of course, I still took it out anyway. I looked at, and all of a sudden they're calling me over. 8 minutes. I got there at 8:40 this morning, and I was out at 8:48. I mean, come on. You can't beat that.
Well, at least it's been a good day in some front for you, Pete.
Yes, that was it. That part right there. And this was nice, Josh. Thanks for having me on. Thanks to college students that are listening to me and anybody else that's out there following the PT.
I'll talk to you later, Pete.
See you, buddy.
Josh Hennig here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. We'll continue the football talk next. Rob Motti from the Associated Press joins us on the Sports Bash. Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN FM, the 97.3 ESPN mobile app. We are live on YouTube and Twitter at 973 ESPN.
The Touchdown Radio Network season begins with a Thursday night Big Ten battle as the 4th-ranked Ohio State Buckeyes visit the Minnesota Golden Gophers. Head coach PJ Fleck enters season number 5 with the Gophers as they look to rebound from a disappointing 3-4 record last year. Even with a new quarterback, the Ohio State Buckeyes are again eyeing a Big Ten championship and a college football playoff berth. The Ohio State Buckeyes and Minnesota Golden Gophers, 8 p.m. Eastern this Thursday.
On 97.3 ESPN, South Jersey's football station. You can watch the Sports Bash live now on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter. Search 97.3 ESPN or visit our website, 973ESPN.com.
Josh Hennig back here filling in for Mike Gill on a Tuesday edition of the Sports Bash. 97.3 ESPN FM, 97.3 ESPN mobile app. We are live as always on YouTube and Twitter at 973 ESPN. Joining us right now to talk more about the NFL, Rob Monty from the Associated Press. And he's being brought to you by Resorts Casino Hotel in Atlantic City here on the Bash. Tuesdays and Thursdays on 973 ESPN. Of course, don't forget his show, Faith on the Field. Catch it this Saturday at 8 a.m. and the encore at 6:30 a.m. on Sunday here on 97.3 ESPN. And he joins us on the YouTube stream. You can see him right here on YouTube and Twitter. Rob, how you doing today?
What's up, Josh? Happy cut day in the NFL.
Yeah, it's a whirlwind today, to say the least. It's been wild to keep up with. So we'll try our best to try to make some sense of this. First, I want to ask you, just kind of leave it open ended. For the Eagles, did anything surprise you about the last 24 hours with this roster so far?
Not really. I thought they were going to make a move to clear up a spot, and they did that, trading Matt Pryor and getting a 6th-round pick in return. Matt Pryor in the 7th, going to Indianapolis and getting a 6th round in return. So that move certainly made sense. They have a lot of depth on the offensive line. One of the I guess bright sides to having so many injuries there last year is they were able to develop guys and show teams around the league that there are guys who, in Matt Pryor, he didn't play all that well, but at least he played. He started some games, and they have other guys who've started some games. So they certainly have depth on the offensive line. I'm a little surprised, but see, I think you can bring back John Hightower for sure on the practice squad. So I thought he's a guy who showed you some speed last year, had some drops, but he did get behind defenses. I thought that he might make the team. I thought Greg Ward would be a casualty, but apparently he makes the team, and they move on from John Hightower and Travis Fulgham, who for a 4-week period last year, Travis Fulgham wasn't just the best receiver on the Eagles. He was one of the best receivers in the NFL. And then all of a sudden, Alshon Jeffrey comes back and he starts losing reps. And I thought that was weird. I thought it was odd last year that in a rebuilding year, in a season where they were terrible, although they had a chance to win the NFC East all the way up until the next to the last game of the season, that you were taking snaps away from a young guy like Travis Fulgham and giving them to someone like Alshon Jeffrey, who had no purpose being out there. And I don't know how much that kind of impacted Travis Fulgham's development, because he comes in this year and he can't even make the team. So I can't believe that a guy who for a 4-week period was that good, was that productive, all of a sudden can't make the roster and isn't an NFL player at this point. So that surprises me a little bit. Jordan Howard is slightly a surprise. However, I think after week 1, if they wanted to, they can bring back Jordan Howard, because then his salary won't be guaranteed as a veteran after week 1. So there's still some things that have to be determined, still some moves that have to be made, a practice squad to be filled out. Teron Jackson's spot is going to be filled out once he's put on IR. So overall, I'm not really that surprised with what the Eagles did.
Yeah, and we should remind people, as I have been throughout the day, this is not the final 53. This is the first 53, because we got, 10 days till the start of the NFL season. So, things can change over the next week and a half.
Yeah, that's a good point. It's not the final 53. Like you just said it beautifully. It's the first 53, and this 53 will change, and it'll change again, and then it'll change again, and it'll continually be changed and tweaked and updated. And there's a lot of factors that go into this. And I asked Howie this just a little bit ago when we did the Zoom call with Howie and Nick Sirianni. How much does vaccination status play a role into some of the decisions you make? Because Urban Meyer just said, and he may be getting in trouble for this, I'm not sure. The NFL may be like, you're not supposed to base roster decisions on vaccinated and unvaccinated. And he says, oh yeah, for sure. It was a factor because they have a player, defensive end, in Josh Allen, who hasn't been able to play the last 2 games. He's unvaccinated, and he hasn't tested positive for COVID. He was just a close contact of someone, and he's had to continually sit out. So there's a lot of factors that go into some of these decisions, and they will continue to be factors this season as the NFL tries to navigate through what is a very odd and unusual time in this country.
Yeah, I could already see the J.C. Treader essay coming out in the next 24 hours about Urban Meyer, especially after the NFL just came out and changed the protocol rules again. So it's like, one of those deals where it's like, hey, the protocol rules are changing again. And then Urban Meyer says this. I could already see J.C. Treader losing his mind right now. Oh, my goodness.
Totally, Josh. And hey, let's not overlook Cam Newton being released. I thought that was a surprise. Like, to me, he's the biggest name who hits the waiver wire today in the NFL. And as I'm doing a national roundup on it, I'm like, well, that's an easy lead. I got Cam Newton being released, and he's unvaccinated. And he just recently had to miss time after coming to Philly for the Eagles game because of the protocols and going out and whatever he did that put him into that COVID-19 reserve list for a few days. And I don't think that sits well with a guy like Bill Belichick, right? I think he's a guy like, he doesn't want to go into week to week with uncertainty because of the protocols now and the punishment being so punitive for these guys, right? The NFL hasn't said you must mandate. It's not mandatory, but they sure as heck are making it mandatory with all the protocols that they've put upon these players. And it's a situation where I wonder how much of a factor Cam Newton being released today had to do with his vaccination status.
Before we get to specifically Cam, I just want to ask you, Rob, about that bigger picture with the COVID thing and the protocols. From my perception, I feel like the NFL has been very reactionary with this stuff. To me, they have not been very good at planning ahead. The NFLPA came out and said, we want daily testing. The NFL says, okay, we'll do weekly testing for the vaccinated players. The fact that even Dr. Alan Stills came out and said, hey, we have way less positive tests than we did last year. But yet these teams are still, certain teams are still having serious problems. By the way, I don't think Mike Vrabel is still back in the building in Tennessee. So, how much is this going to linger over the league as we go into the season, that some of this stuff is very inconsistent?
You're right. It is going to continue it's something that's going to be monitored and it will linger until this goes away, if it ever goes away. And I don't know that it will go away. But yeah, they updated the protocols yesterday. I was just running down the list. I'm reading through the memo and trying to see the tweaks here and the tweaks there. And that was a major adjustment because before was vaccinated players were not tested only once every 14 days. And even some of them even had a problem with that. Like, hey, why are we only, getting tested every 14 days and the other guys are getting tested daily? Man, it's one of those crazy times right now that we're going through. And even us as the media, in order to cover the NFL, you must be vaccinated. You cannot get in there. No matter how you feel, but I'm not an anti-vaxxer, but I'm not a pro-vaccine guy. I believe in whatever you want to do, your decision is best for you. And I can certainly understand those who don't want to and those who do want to. And I thought that was extremely difficult to force people in the media to get into, because we went through last year, the whole season last year, where we're in the press box, we're masked up, so all the vaccinated, everyone, you can only enter a press box if you're vaccinated, yet you still have to wear the mask, and you now have to be tested. Last year, you didn't have to be tested, and you didn't have a vaccine. So it's completely different than last year. Last year, they were not requiring negative tests to enter the press box. Wow. Now that there is a vaccine, they're requiring negative tests. and a vaccine. I don't understand how that is okay with everybody, but apparently it is.
Rob Motti from the Associated Press joining us here on the Sports Bash, as is every Tuesday and Thursday here on 97.3 ESPN. His appearance being brought to you by Resorts Casino Hotel in Atlantic City. Rob, speaking of Cam, I'm convinced, and I might be completely wrong, but it's just my opinion. I think there's one place for Cam to go, and that's Dallas, because he makes a lot of sense if something happens to Dak. You don't have to change the offense drastically because of their both athletic styles. They're both big quarterbacks. They're both strong. It just makes sense. And, of course, Jerry loves his stars.
It makes so much sense, especially when they released Ben DiNucci. They're going into the season right now with Gilbert as of today, the backup quarterback. It seems to be one of those where they're in need. They got that. They can certainly handle the personality in Dallas. They can certainly handle what comes with Cam Newton, and he's a character. He's got swag. He's a former NFL MVP 2015. So if there's a team that can bring a guy in like that who has always been a starter and hand him a backup role, it's the Dallas Cowboys. And to me, it makes a ton of sense, Josh. And I would anticipate if he does, I don't know, I'm not going to take credit for this. Somebody said it on Twitter today, and I thought it was hilarious. If he doesn't end up with the Los Angeles Lakers because they sign every free agent star out there, he should certainly end up with the Dallas Cowboys.
Yeah, it's a strange situation, like you said. The unvax situation is an aspect with Cam, obviously, whether people want to admit it or not. But the other thing is, this guy was a league MVP. Like, this guy took a team to the Super Bowl, and the coach who went with him there, he doesn't even seem to want him. Like, the whole thing just is so strange, Rob.
Yeah, and he's had some injuries, right? He's had some injuries, and he's certainly not the player that he was in 2015, 2016. But I still think that he's a capable NFL quarterback. He looked pretty good in the preseason. Mac Jones certainly looked better for New England, but I was still surprised that they didn't begin the season with Cam Newton. A lot of people are high on the Patriots as a team that can make the playoffs and make some noise in the AFC East. I'm not among those. I don't think that they're a 10-11 win team. Now, Bill Belichick can prove me wrong, but I still don't think they're there. And I thought for that reason that they think that they're going to be a competitive team, that they may want to begin the year with a veteran quarterback, but apparently not, and they love what they see out of Mac Jones. But I don't think, a lot of people also say Cam Newton's done. He's shot. He's got nothing left. I'm not in that camp. I still think that he's a capable NFL quarterback. And you saw it, like last year, he's coming off injuries, learning the offense. It's a learning period. It's an adjustment time for him. Yet he showed flashes of who he is, and he's such a weapon on the ground, running the ball, and a powerful quarterback. I think that he can end up somewhere, if it's Dallas or somewhere else, and I don't believe we've seen the last of Cam Newton as a starting NFL quarterback.
Yeah, I hope so for his sake. He's a guy that, I believe everyone deserves a chance to come back from injury and not just be dismissed because they missed time with an injury. Rob, also around the league, you mentioned the AFC East. So now you got Mac Jones, Tua Tagovailoa, Josh Allen, and Zach Wilson all in the AFC East. I mean, this got to be one of the youngest group of starting quarterbacks in a division in NFL history.
It is, and there's a lot of talent there, right? With I love Josh Allen. Everything that the talent that he has and the upside that he still has. I don't think Josh Allen has reached his ceiling. I think he's a guy who could be an MVP candidate for several more years to come, and he's just getting comfortable now in Brian Daboll's offense and system over there in Buffalo, and they've surrounded him with weapons. I think he's got a chance to be very good for a number of years, not just very good, but elite, a top 5, top 3 quarterback. He's not quite there yet, but I believe that's his ceiling. That's where he can get to. Zach Wilson is a guy, I think, who is going to take some time on the Jets. He's going to need more pieces around him for sure, but I love his talent. I think he's a guy who can be a very top quarterback in the NFL. I'm not as high, Josh, on Tua, though. I'm really not. And obviously the Dolphins aren't, because you continue to hear Deshaun Watson rumors when it comes to the Miami Dolphins, that they're a team that has set their sights on Deshaun, and they're going to go out there and see what they can do to make a deal and give in to the trade demands that Houston or the trade, the price, what they're asking for in Houston, I think is astronomical. And I don't think Houston's going to be able to get or meet their asking price. Every team's going to set their ceiling incredibly ridiculously high and say, this is what we want for our guy, but not with what Watson's going through off the field, the uncertainty, the potential suspension, all of that stuff. It has to be. It's a definitive factor in any trades for him. But for that reason, I don't think Miami is all that set on Tua. They're not high on him. And there's a possibility that of the three Alabama starting quarterbacks right now in the NFL, Jalen Hurts, Mac Jones, and Tua was drafted the highest, and he may be the worst.
That's an interesting point because I feel like Tua was a lot of times drafted on potential. He wasn't drafted on actual ability. And my biggest problem with Tua coming out of college, Rob, was all the injuries. I mean, he had tightrope surgery on both ankles. He's had the shoulder issue. He's had other injuries. Any guys get that many injuries in college coming to the NFL, it's a bit of a head scratcher. And listen, the guy who's most durable is the guy who was drafted later. It was Jalen Hurts. Jalen Hurts is built like a brick house. I mean, the dude goes around deadlifting like 600 pounds, and Mac Jones apparently is really good at not getting hit. So there's a part of me that wonders, is Jacoby Brissett going to end up starting 4 or 5 games this year for Miami?
Oh, there's a good chance of that. I'm surprised that they moved away from Ryan Fitzpatrick last year when they had a chance to make the playoffs. And Ryan Fitzpatrick said it. He was very disappointed that they benched him for Tua last year. And I actually think Jacoby Brissett is one of those. He may be one of the top backup quarterbacks in the NFL. He's a guy who, in the right system, we saw that a couple years ago with Indianapolis. He could play. He could play the game, and he could step in there and be a very productive backup quarterback. And there's a couple teams with good backup quarterback situations. The Miami being one of them. The Bears with Andy Dalton, Justin Fields, Nick Foles, and then you gotta look in your own backyard. Look at the Birds with Joe Flacco and Gardner Minshew. How about Minshew with the number 3? That was confirmed today. Nick Sirianni confirmed he's going to enter the season as number 3 quarterback. I think what he does, having Minshew on the team in a league where so many quarterbacks are mobile, he's going to give the Eagles great looks on the scout team. Because he's running that scout team, preparing the defense for other mobile quarterbacks. He can certainly do that a heck of a lot better than Joe Flacco.
Rob, also, I want to ask you about, you mentioned the quarterbacks. A lot of young quarterbacks in the league right now. A lot of the league is really trending young right now. We mentioned, Tua and Hurts and Mac Jones. But also, let's be realistic, almost every team in the league outside of Green Bay and Tampa have a guy who's pretty young in terms of overall age in the league. I just want to get your perspective on the fact that the league at quarterback is starting to trend even younger at this point.
Yeah, they are. And by the way, I want to correct myself. The Cowboys also cut Garrett Gilbert, so Cooper Rush right now is their only backup quarterback. So that makes even more sense for Cam Newton in Dallas, Josh. There you go. But yeah, the league is, and there's a lot of good young quarterbacks around in the NFL. Of course, the AFC is loaded with them, right? You look at the AFC, they're loaded with good young quarterbacks, and the NFC still has the old guard. They still have Tom Brady. They still have Aaron Rodgers. As of last year, you had Drew Brees. He's gone, but Russell Wilson's on the older side. He's still got a lot of years left, but he's still among the older guys. Matt Ryan's also an older quarterback. But outside of those guys, Dak Prescott, to me, he's still a young guy. He's still in his 20s. The league is certainly trending towards young quarterbacks, and also they're not getting as much of a leash. Look at what the Jets did with Sam Darnold. A couple years and gone. Carson Wentz, one horrible season and gone. Guys are not getting the opportunity to come into a situation and either have success or struggle a little bit and then continue there. They're moving on from them because quarterbacks are being developed so well in college football right now. And there are so many guys who have that potential to have success that a new coach comes in, they want their guy. They want to groom that guy. They're going to go out there and they're going to bring in who they think could be that franchise quarterback. But, there's only a handful now. Big Ben's still there, of course, obviously in Pittsburgh. We got to mention him when we're talking about old quarterbacks. But we're going to see a lot of younger quarterbacks making an impact in the NFL this season for sure.
Rob Motti, Associated Press NFL writer at Rob Motti on Twitter. Make sure you don't forget to check out Faith on the Field Saturdays and Sundays right here on 97.3 ESPN. And he'll be back on Thursday's edition of the Sports Bash. Talk more NFL with us. Rob, always enjoy the conversation.
Josh, thank you, man. Appreciate it, buddy.
Josh Hennig here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. This hour of the Sports Bash being brought to you by Indeed. Indeed helps you hire people fast. Indeed delivers 4 times more hires than all other job sites combined, according to Talent Nest. Visit Indeed.com/credit for more information. That's Indeed.com/credit. We'll wrap up the show. Coming up on the other side, Josh Hennig here on 97.3 ESPN.
Turn it on. Leave it on. The Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. Now, back to the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN.
Final segment of the show, Sports Bash. Josh Hennig filling in here on the Bash, 97.3 ESPN. My appearance here on 97.3 ESPN being brought to you, my friends, over at FanDuel Sportsbook. College football is back, and FanDuel Sportsbook is making Week 1 even more exciting right now. All customers get a risk-free bet on any Week 1 game. That's right. Place any Week 1 college football bet and get a refund and site credit if you don't win. Offers like this are just one of the many reasons I love betting on FanDuel Sportsbook. They're the #1 rated sportsbook app in America because FanDuel is easy to use, safe, and secure with fast payouts. New to FanDuel Sportsbook, sign up with promo code Hennig to also get a risk-free bet up to $1,000. That's promo code Hennig for new users on FanDuel Sportsbook. Must be 21 or to play and present in New Jersey. Refund issues non-withdrawable site credit that expires in 7 days. Max refund $10 unless otherwise indicated. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, I'm going to try to rapid fire as many comments in here as possible before we get out of here. A bunch of messages came in the last several minutes. Well, actually, last 30 minutes. But texter chimed in about Ben Simmons. Tom from the Villa says, at this point, I hope Ben gets traded the furthest from where he wants to go. Well, listen, apparently the Timberwolves are still dead set on getting him, according to reports. So there's something to be said for the fact that maybe that is where he ends up. You know, maybe he doesn't go to California like he wants to. You know, there's a lot of speculation out there that the Warriors would be a landing spot for him because he wants to go to California. But if the Timberwolves end up pulling off the best deal, maybe he ends up in cold Minnesota. Nick from Brigantine says, Josh, I heard years ago that Cam Newton's first years in the NFL, that his teammates knew they were going to win and lose the first 2 minutes. Newton walked to the locker room for each game. Maybe this has something to do with it. Maybe, maybe not. I mean, I can't hold a guy's completely beginning of his life, just due to the rest of his career. I think part of the problem with Cam is, this is my personal opinion, I think that Cam kind of pigeonholed himself because he ran a certain style of offense when he won the MVP and he got to the Super Bowl. He had that 1 year in North Turner's offense where he, threw it all over the place. He played amazing. But I think reputation follows you. When you get typecast, it's hard to break free of that. Tom in Margate chimes in and says, hi, Josh. I've come to trust your opinion in almost every sport. So I read somewhere that Jersey Joe Flacco is going to be traded. Do you think he will stay with the Eagles as #2 quarterback? Well, the Eagles said today at the press conference that Gardner Minshew is 3, Flacco's the 2, Hurts is the 1. I think if Flacco was going to get traded, he would have been traded before the 4 p.m. deadline. I know the Colts need a quarterback. There's speculation that maybe Nick Foles will get traded. I think as of right now, Flacco is staying. I think that's become pretty clear. All right, Josh Hennig here on 97.3 ESPN. Thanks for all the feedback. Shout out to Kyle Duprey on the YouTube for arguing with me today. I appreciate you, Kyle. I do. I appreciate all of you guys for chiming in throughout the show. We'll be back tomorrow for a Hump Day Wednesday edition of The Bash. I'm Josh Hennig, coming from Mike Gill here on 97.3 ESPN. Have a great night, everybody.